Chapter 1095. When he saw those tiny red beams of light that looked like lasers, Han Fei suddenly felt that he had an inspiration. F***CK. Why didn't I think of this before? In the ideal palace, since there was infinite spiritual energy and energy, why couldn't he create some special things? The infinity water returned again, protecting his body. Han Fei reached out and grabbed in the air, and a strange-looking weapon appeared in his hand. This was a world with infinite ideas. The other party could use laser-like combat skills, but he couldn't? What appeared in Han Fei's hand was a thermal weapon similar to a Gatling gun. Han Fei felt that this might be the first most incredible weapon he had created in this world so far. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Han Fei grabbed with both hands, and spiritual energy swarmed into the weapon. Countless specks of light shot out in all directions. Yang Nanchi rushed up with a sledgehammer and was hit by hundreds of bright spots. Yang Nanchi was stunned. Han Fei was also stunned. Looking at the thermal weapon in his hand, he was a little speechless. It doesn't seem to be very powerful for a body-refining powerhouse. This spiritual energy explosion didn't seem to be able to hurt him at all. The weapon in Han Fei's hand turned into a compressed spiritual energy cannon. However, before Han Fei could compress much spiritual energy, he saw that a large number of seeds had covered the sea again, and those laser-like red lines were bent like noodles at this moment, covering the sky and stretching towards Han Fei. In the blink of an eye, no compressed cannon was of any use. His own fists were still the most useful. Han Fei and Yang Nanchi were hammering each other. In terms of strength alone, neither of them could defeat the other. Originally, Yang Nanchi was a violent girl who often used her strength as an absolute advantage to defeat her opponents. Therefore, she didn't bother to practice any combat skills in the past. But at this moment, Yang Nanchi was also speechless. Is this Han Fei the same as me? Is his bloodline special? However, Han Fei's mind at this moment wasn't on Yang Nanchi at all. The million knife art swept towards those red lines. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the water blades actually passed through those red lines and couldn't cut them at all. A voice rippled. Humph! I told you, you are preparing, and so are we. Han Fei's heart sank. Do I have to use the supreme yin-yang image again? At that moment, with the embroidery needle in hand, Han Fei completely gave up on the opponent's hunter. The Monkey King's 3,000 staff strike struck towards Yang Nanchi with all his might. Shwa, shwa, shwa! Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei flashed around Yang Nanchi crazily. The hunters of the Yi family flashed wildly around Han Fei. From the third person's perspective, a strange scene appeared here. Yang Nanchi was spinning in circles. Han Fei was everywhere, and Han Fei was surrounded by white marks. Explode! Since the infinity water couldn't cut off the red thread, Han Fei summoned it back. Relying on his strong physique, he detonated it right in front of him. Boom! For a moment, the three of them were sent flying. At this moment, they could clearly see that the hunter from the Yi family was coughing up large amounts of blood. Han Fei flew directly into those red threads. Blood oozed from the corner of Han Fei's mouth. I can even blow myself up when I'm determined. What can you do about it? As soon as he said that, he found that he was tied up by an extremely flexible silk. More importantly, these threads could not be severed. It was at this moment that Han Fei's array was ready. The 1,000 current divine arrow array, a very niche array, came from the Audiobook. Usually, this was not an arrow array that could be set up by one person because it required a huge amount of spiritual energy. Generally speaking, it would take more than half an hour for a single person to set up the array, even if there was sufficient spiritual energy. However, this kind of killing array was usually set up temporarily on the battlefield. How could it be given half an hour? Therefore, it was often set up by hundreds of people at the same time. When the array was set up, it was like a full blow of 1,000 strong masters, which was extremely lethal. As long as the spiritual energy was abundant, the arrow array would not stop. Under normal circumstances, this kind of array was used in large-scale wars to help defend one side. After setting up the array, at least 100 spirit gatherers were needed to set up a spirit gathering array to cooperate with this array. However, all the difficulties were not difficult in the ideal palace. All Han Fei needed was time to draw the array. The difficulty of the array was actually not high. It was just that it was difficult to complete it with the power of one person. Once there was a mistake, he would have to start over. Han Fei had devoted all his energy to setting up the array just now. If it were old Jiang here, it might only take him a few seconds to set up. However, Han Fei couldn't. He was still a step too late. At this moment, spiritual light flashed in Han Fei's eyes, and an extremely complicated array hovered in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of light flashed out of the array and went straight to the 4 people on the field. However, at this moment, Han Fei was almost wrapped in red light like a dumpling. Under Han Fei's feet, a killing array also appeared. It was the spirit gather. The other party wasn't idle either. Clearly, the hunter and soul warrior that were being controlled weren't strong enough to stop him. The spirit gatherer set up the tidal sword array, and the sword shadows were trying to cut Han Fei. However, the sword array was not a bone sword. Thousands of sword shadows failed to cut Han Fei's body. F***CK, you're forcing me? Cancel the fusion, Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. Han Fei knew the extraordinariness of the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. The reason why the 3 of them fused together before was that if he didn't fuse at that time, he might still be stabbed to death. But now, none of these 4 people were law enforcers. They couldn't kill him with one blow. Therefore, Han Fei didn't panic. Little Black and Little White could just use the Sun Yin-Yang Wheel. The Yin-Yang pattern appeared, swept around Han Fei, and all the red light was broken. Seeing this scene, the hunter who was rushing over was immediately enraged. What kind of power is this? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Son of a B***TCH, you're really powerful. But isn't it my turn next? Han Fei stepped on the ground, and the great plate turtle array appeared. With a thought in his mind, the arrow light scattered, among which 300 arrow shadows shot straight at Yang Nanchi. Kill the manipulator. Han Fei grabbed the compressed spiritual energy cannon with one hand again. He had figured it out. Ordinary compressed spiritual energy was useless to throw at these people. Even if the infinity water exploded in front of them, it would be useless. After all, this was the infinity water he came up with, not the real infinity water. Since he was going to compress it, he had to create a spiritual energy explosion that even he felt was terrifying. Yang Nanchi saw something wrong. Han Fei was holding a strange, box-like thing in his hand, and even Han Fei's arm was trembling slightly. Yang Nanchi shouted, Han Fei, in the ideal palace, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to do anything. Go to hell. The giant hammer bombarded, and Han Fei's figure flashed out with a swish. All his strength was used to compress the spiritual energy cannon. At this moment, he was not in the mood to fight. At this moment, while only Yang Nanchi could block the 1,000 flowing divine arrow array, he only needed to avoid her. And now, the most dangerous one was the manipulator. She had never seen something like the supreme yin-yang pattern. Spiritual plants were ineffective against it, poisons were ineffective against it, domains were ineffective against it, and the light and shadow lines were ineffective against it. Anyway, no power was effective against the supreme yin-yang pattern. Once this weird pattern approached, she even felt an inexplicable suppression. Puff, puff, puff. The 1,000 flowing divine arrow array exploded. This was the manipulator's death substitution technique. However, just as she emerged from another place, a huge ball of spiritual energy appeared. Han Fei shouted, "Explode!" The manipulator reacted extremely quickly. She covered her body with spiritual plants and activated the death substitution technique. But suddenly, she found that she couldn't move, and the supreme yin-yang pattern was already hovering above her head. At that moment, she was startled. Taoist connotation? The woman was horrified. Impossible. Nanchi, help me. Yang Nanchi was surprised. Is Moyu asking for help? How is it possible? Moyu was once a top heavenly talent, ranked 5th among the top 10 heavenly talents. Very few people who fell into her light and shadow lines could escape. But now it was asking for help? When Yang Nanchi saw the supreme yin-yang pattern, she immediately gritted her teeth and was about to give up on Han Fei and smash it with her sledgehammer. Han Fei sneered. Do you think I can leave just like that? Won't I lose face? Swish, swish, swish. All the sword streams that besieged the spirit gatherer and the hunter blasted at Yang Nanchi. No matter how strong Yang Nanchi was, as a peak-level hidden fisher, she had to deal with them. That was equivalent to the blow of thousands of hidden fishers. Puff! Shrouded by the supreme yin-yang pattern, Mayu even found that even her death substitution technique was broken, which was an absolute suppression. At the last moment, Mayu shouted, Taoist connotation! Puff! Moyu died. When she shouted this sentence, the three of them, including Yang Nanchi, were all horrified. Their first thought was, how is this possible? How strong is Han Fei? He hasn't even comprehended his own laws. How can he have the power of Taoist connotation? However, Moyu, once a top master ranked 5th among the top 10 heavenly talents, died in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Han Fei, who was out of danger, summoned the supreme yin-yang pattern, and the two rushed at the spirit gatherer. Shit! Although the spirit gatherer was a heavenly talent, his array and combat power were not as good as Han Fei's. The reason why he stayed was that he had the guardian soul to enforce the law, and Yang Nanchi and the other two were there. However, Han Fei didn't say a word and directly rushed at him. The 1,000 arrows blocked the road, and the controlled hunters and soul warriors entangled him, so that he had no time to run away and was directly killed. Mayu could resist for a while, but he didn't even have the power to resist. The road was blocked, the sun yin-yang pattern came, and so did Han Fei. As a spirit gatherer and a semi-skilled soul warrior, he only tried to resist with an array, but he couldn't resist for even a second and was directly killed. The situation changed in the blink of an eye, and Han Fei directly gave up on the Yi family. It was not that he didn't want to kill them, but that he couldn't. Besides, the hunter had already run away. With a twist of his figure, he appeared directly a kilometer away and ran away quickly. At this time, Han Fei chased after Yang Nanchi with the 1,000 arrows shadow and the supreme yin-yang pattern. Yang Nanchi couldn't stay calm anymore. The Taoist connotation has come out. How can I fight? Yang Nanchi turned around and ran. Han Fei shouted behind Yang Nanchi, Hey, silly lowly, I won't kill you. We can cooperate. Chapter 1096. I won't listen. I won't listen. You can't kill me. While running, Yang Nanchi tried to hit Han Fei with the Overlord Hammer to block Han Fei's surprise attack. In fact, Yang Nanchi was really panicking. What was the concept of Tao? As far as she was concerned, only explorers and above were qualified to pursue the path of Tao. Why were those below explorers called law enforcers? Because powerhouses at this stage could only grasp a wisp of law at most, and it was impossible for them to touch the Great Way. However, when MOU died, his terrified look didn't seem to be fake. This could only mean that Han Fei had some special opportunity to control a wisp of Tao in advance. Facing the law, Yang Nanchi was naturally not afraid. After all, no matter how strong the law was, it was just a wisp of power. However, Tao was a wisp of the Great Way. How could it be equated? Yang Nanchi didn't know that the supreme yin-yang image was actually not that strong. Chao Chiu could resist the yin-yang image, but how could he surpass Yang Nanchi's strength at this moment? Therefore, she could also resist it. However, Yang Nanchi didn't know the strength of the supreme yin-yang image, nor did she know that this kind of power actually couldn't last long. At least, when she was the only one left here, she didn't dare to fight. If she lost, she would lose her life. At least, the strength that Han Fei had shown so far was extremely strong. A total of 10 people came, except for an armorist who went back to call for help, a hunter who ran away, and herself. All of them died, no one survived. Although Yang Nanchi had been clamoring for a fight with Han Fei before, however, in fact, it was just because she was not convinced. She believed that if it weren't for the fact that she hadn't passed the 6th soul realm, she wouldn't have been ranked 5th on the heavenly talent list. Yang Nanchi even thought that she could be tied with Zhang Nanyu for first place. However, this scene had truly horrified her. Fighting head-on with Han Fei, she didn't even dare to release her contractual spiritual beasts, for fear of being controlled. In terms of strength, Han Fei had indeed shown great strength. This was the first guy she had encountered in her life who could compete with her in strength at the same realm. Besides, although the 10 people who came this time were not all elites, Yang Nanchi believed that this force was more than enough to trap and kill 2 powerhouses on the heavenly talent list. However, when it came to Han Fei, they were almost wiped out in just half an hour. How could she not panic? The phantom glass wings were still faster than Yang Nanchi. Han Fei soon reached Yang Nanchi and deactivated the supreme yin-yang wheel. Han Fei said, "Yang Nanchi, I'm telling you the truth. No one from your family died in my hands. Why must I kill you? Everything I've said before is true. Even if your aristocratic families could kill me, your Yang family wouldn't be able to get a share. However, I can give you a share of the profits." Yang Nanchi swung her sledgehammer at Han Fei, only to be smashed by Han Fei with 3 punches. The two stood 1,000 meters apart. Yang Nanchi said, "Don't think that I'll believe you just because you took that black and white pattern. Stay 5,000 meters away from me before you talk." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. It's possible. The Yang family's IQ is really low. Han Fei shrugged. "As you wish. Actually, if I really wanted to kill you, I could just directly chase after you. Do you really think you can run away?" Yang Nanchi snorted arrogantly. "You can't kill me. Do you think I'm that lunatic Chu Kuangren? Although your black and white pattern is very powerful, if I don't care about the consequences and go all out, I can at least save my life." Han Fei retreated a little, spread his hands, and said, "I won't do it. Let's talk." Yang Nanchi looked vigilant. On the one hand, she wanted to hear what Han Fei was going to say. On the other hand, she was waiting for someone. And Han Fei's purpose was actually very simple. Once he left the ideal palace, they would definitely still be enemies. However, in the ideal palace, if he could persuade the Yang family not to take action, or even develop them into unstable members, it would actually be of great benefit. Han Fei said, "I know you are waiting for reinforcements, but it doesn't matter. I'll only say what I'm going to say next once. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I've analyzed it for you before. Even if all the star beads of the Thug Academy are handed over, your Yang family won't be able to get them." Yang Nanchi raised the sledgehammer. "Why are you so sure?" Han Fei sneered. "The big families in the 1,000-star city may all know the purpose of snatching star beads, which is to go to that place. Do you know where it is?" Yang Nanchi replied, "I don't know, but I know that there's a mysterious place outside the 1,000-star city. Once you pass, you will be blessed with countless blessings." Han Fei scoffed. "Bullsh *T. If you really knew what was going on over there, would the big families fight with me for the sea-quelling painting? Look at the Chu sect. Has anyone ever tried to snatch the sea-quelling painting?" Yang Nanchi: "So much nonsense. What do you want to say?" Han Fei sneered. "I want to tell you whether it's the big families or the 7 major sects. In the end, only one family, no, to be precise, only one person could obtain the opportunity in that place. His goal is to become a king." Yang Nanchi's pupils shrank. You know the inside story, Han Fei said in disdain. Do I need to know the inside story? If not to become a king, what do you think the aristocratic families do? Moreover, becoming a king was something that only Exalt realm experts could accomplish. Does your Yang family have a venerable? Let me assume that your Yang family has a venerable level powerhouse hidden very deeply. But are they as strong as the Chu sect? They know that the opportunity is not in the sea-quelling painting, so they have been exploring the 1,000-star proving ground. They have been preparing for this for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. How can a group of people who don't know anything compete with them? Yang Nanshi said in disbelief, My family leader can't be a fool. I don't know, but they definitely know. Han Fei sneered. I believe others. Your Yang family, do you think you're smart? You're just a bunch of guys with more brawn than brains. How can you compare with a family that has existed for thousands of years? However, if you listen to me, your Yang family may not be able to become kings, but at least your Yang family may not be destroyed. Yang Nanshi tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Don't fool me. I'm very smart. Han Fei thought to himself. Those who can say this are definitely not smart. How can you be smart? Han Fei grinned and said, Of course, I appreciate your intelligence. Otherwise, I would have told someone else long ago. It's just that they are too stupid, even more stupid than you. Seeing that Yang Nanshi's face softened a little, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh in his heart and continued to bluff. Think about it. What if your elders are also kept in the dark? What if the Chu sect succeeds, and a venerable of the Chu sect becomes a king? Do you know what will happen to the Yang family? Yang Nanshi's pupils constricted. Go on. Han Fei said, Let me ask you a question first. Think about it if someone in your family becomes a king. But the other big families all have venerables who have the chance to become kings. What will you do? Yang Nanshi said fiercely, Beat him up. Han Fei smiled and said, Yes, that's the truth. Look, among the top 10 heavenly talents, if not including me, I think you can rank first. What do you think? Yang Nanshi said proudly, Of course. If it weren't for the 6th soul realm, I would definitely rank first. I have an ancient bloodline, so of course I won't lose to anyone. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Is this Yang family the descendants of that giant? From top to bottom, their brains don't seem to be very developed. Han Fei immediately said, Think about it. You are so talented that you must have the potential to become a king. Once the Chu sect succeeds, someone will really become a king. For a heavenly talent like you, who has the potential to become a king, do you think you will be punished? Yang Nanshi choked and seemed to think for a long time. Let me tell you, we are still enemies. Don't fool me. Han Fei laughed. Of course, we are enemies, and I also have the potential to become a king. In the future, there will definitely be a battle between you and me. But, Yang Nanshi, you have to think about it. Don't be used by others without knowing it. If there is really a chance to become a king, no one will give it to the Yang family, not even me. So, not only am I your enemy, but all the big families who came here today are your enemies. You are just temporarily joining forces to kill me, an enemy who has the potential to become a king. If I die, won't you be the next one to be killed? Yang Nanshi trembled all over. Han Fei's eyes lit up. That's all I have to say. At this moment, someone will definitely come to help. I have to go. Yang Nanshi, there is a reason why no one in the 1,000-star city has been able to become a king for 10,000 years. The big families always set their eyes on those who have the potential to become a king. I have the potential, so they all come to kill me. Do you think they will let you go for the sake of the Yang family? With that, Han Fei flew away with a swish. For Han Fei, Yang Nanshi was really impossible to be killed. Even with the supreme yin-yang wheel and his powerful array, he could at most seriously injure her. After all, these were all imaginary, and the power shown just now was indeed much weaker. Perhaps the enemy's reinforcements would arrive while they were fighting. Instead of that, he might as well let her go and fool her. Anyway, the people of the Yang family were relatively stupid and easy to fool. He really couldn't fool her. If the other party didn't listen to him, he didn't need such an opponent. But once he succeeded and planted a seed in the other party's heart, would the other party really work hard again? Han Fei released his perception and rushed all the way in the direction of the so-called giant city. Half an hour later, a large group of nearly 50 people were rushing across the surface of the sea. Coincidentally, they bumped into Yang Nanchi, who was returning. The leader was none other than Chu Qingyan. The hunter of the Yi family, who had just escaped, was also among them. Seeing Yang Nanchi alone, Chu Qingyan's face immediately sank. "Nanchi, where is Han Fei?" Yang Nanchi glanced at Chu Qingyan strangely and said he ran away. Chu Qingyan's face turned ugly. "Damn, where did he go?" Yang Nanchi shrugged. "How would I know? You guys are too slow. And Yi Kai, you ran so fast. Didn't you take me with you?" Immediately, 5 or 6 people surrounded Yang Nanchi. "Miss, are you okay?" Yang Nanchi snorted and waved her hand. "I almost died. Let's go back to the city." Chapter 1097. Han Fei could avoid these people. With the range of his senses, it wasn't difficult for him to discover others in advance and avoid danger. Along the way, in addition to finding Chu Qingyan and the others passing by with a group of people, Han Fei found at least 3 more groups of people passing by. However, those people were all rushing to various places, and the other party was in a hurry as if they were doing some mission just like him. Han Fei didn't look for trouble. If they didn't come to find him, he didn't need to take the initiative to find trouble. About half an hour later, Han Fei found that the number of creatures in the sea had increased. Just like the periphery of the Scattered Stars Island, there were battles between humans and marine creatures. However, the level of these battles was not very high, and most of them were hanging fishers. Although the fighting was very intense, such a war was actually a kind of training for the soldiers. The strong would only watch from the sidelines to prevent accidents and generally wouldn't take action. With a thought, Han Fei had turned into a stranger's appearance. However, when Han Fei landed, he scanned with his perception and found that several people were staring at him. And in Han Fei's perception, at least a dozen people disappeared into the crowd. About 50 kilometers away, Han Fei saw the shadow of a giant city. Han Fei thought to himself, "This is much better than when I saw the heavenly desolate city. When he was in the heavenly desolate city, it was really miserable." In the end, even dangling fishers joined the battle. The hanging fishers were not weak. It could be seen that all the strong people died in the war, because the strength of Han Fei's soul had reached a very high level. At this moment, it was very easy for him to see 100 kilometers away. Therefore, Han Fei saw the 4 big words City of Justice written on the city wall from a long distance. Han Fei murmured, "City of Justice? I've never heard of it. This name is too weird. Even if you are really the embodiment of justice, you don't have to give it such a name, do you? Besides, can you guarantee that the people in the city are all King good people, and none of them do evil? That's not realistic. However, this is not the point. Let's go in first." Han Fei knew that he had the breath of a living person on him, so he would definitely be discovered as soon as he came. If the aristocratic families had already sealed off the 5th soul realm, and he was a new face, he would naturally be discovered. Not only would he be discovered, but so would Luo Xiaobai and the others. Now he only encountered Yang Nanchi and a few others. He didn't know if Luo Xiaobai and the others had gathered together. Han Fei's appearance attracted many people's attention. However, these people were all ordinary hidden fishers, and only one of them had reached the peak level. Because they didn't know Han Fei, they just bowed and didn't talk to each other. Below the city, Han Fei crossed the city gate and was not stopped. In fact, there was no one guarding the door. Perhaps this city had really reached the level of not picking up any loose ends on the road and had become the embodiment of justice. However, it was true that in a world of cultivators, whether or not there were guards was the same. After all, cultivators could sense with a thought. Why would they need guards? Also, this place was too close to the coastline. It was so close that once something big happened, someone would notice it immediately. The city of justice was also divided into an outer city and an inner city. Wasn't it similar to the Tianhuang city back then? However, at this moment, a large expanse of empty land was exposed in the outer city. Many people were cultivating and sharpening their combat skills. Bam, bam. Clang, clang, clang. Fight as hard as you can. You have to carve the fighting spirit into your bones. Han Fei saw that not far away, there was a group of teenagers who were peak-level dangling fishers fighting. That was a real battle. They fought until they were drenched in blood and their skin was torn open. On another training ground, two perfect combinations were fighting against each other. Knives and swords flashed, shields and vines rolled, and they were fighting fiercely. And between them, a hanging fisher with 7 or 8 scars on his face was watching the battle. From time to time, he would yell harshly. At the edge of the training ground, there were spirit gatherers guarding. Obviously, after the battle, they would heal these teenagers. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little touched. If there were only 1 or 2 places like this, it wouldn't be a big deal. But within his range of perception, there were as many as 100 such training battlefields. Because the nearest training ground was too close to Han Fei. Therefore, when the hanging fisher drill master saw Han Fei, his eyes lit up. Because under normal circumstances, there were not many strong masters passing through the outer city. Everyone was very busy, and the strong masters in the city always had a lot of things to do, so they usually flew directly from the sky. In this time of war, efficiency was above everything else. Therefore, when this person saw Han Fei, he hurriedly ran over. "Sir, can you come with me?" Han Fei paused for a moment. "What's the matter?" The man said with an ugly face, "Sir, I have a few children who have reached a bottleneck. I wonder if you can exert some pressure on them. Can you help them once? I don't dare to waste too much of your time. I'll be fine in a moment." Han Fei thought, so that's why. He immediately smiled and said, "Of course, these are the pillars of our human race." Seeing Han Fei coming, the drill master immediately said to the spirit gatherer, "Everyone, stop fighting and heal your wounds quickly." Not far away, the spirit gatherer was about to stop, but he heard Han Fei say, "No, I'll do it." Han Fei knew that a peak-level hanging fisher had limited spiritual energy, and he had unlimited spiritual energy, so his healing speed was much faster. Just when the scar-faced drill master was puzzled, he saw Han Fei waved his hand, and a series of divine healing techniques fell on them. In the shocked eyes of the spirit gatherer, he saw that the children covered with wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Because they were not seriously injured, the injuries of these teenagers were all healed within 3 seconds. This efficiency was simply amazing. The scar-faced drill master was stunned. "Lord, law enforcer?" Han Fei didn't explain, but just smiled. "Everyone, come over, within 100 meters of me." The group of teenagers was already stunned. They had seen law enforcers before, and they could even see them often. The outer city was only separated from the outside world by a wall, and they were often pulled out to watch the battle. However, they had rarely seen such a powerful and fast healing technique. Therefore, this didn't prevent these teenagers from looking at Han Fei admiringly. Han Fei sighed slightly in his heart. Anyway, it wouldn't take long, so it was good to give them some hope. When those teenagers gathered, Han Fei's face turned slightly cold. Suddenly, within a radius of 100 meters, everyone trembled. It was a strong killing intent, full of the smell of blood. Even the scar-faced drill master next to Han Fei was trembling. How many creatures did he kill to cultivate such a terrifying killing intent? Even the drill master was shocked, not to mention those teenagers. Almost half of the teenagers stepped back, not even daring to look at Han Fei. Han Fei shouted, "Don't step back!" That feeling was like a small boat floating on a turbulent sea. If they were not careful, they would be knocked over by the waves. Many of these teenagers at this moment had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. They were bracing themselves to resist this strong killing intent. Han Fei said solemnly, "You will eventually go to the battlefield and fight the enemy bravely. The battlefield is filled with man-eating behemoths. Your companions are dying and your homes are being destroyed. You have no choice. The road is in front of you, so you have to kill. You have to use the knives in your hands to kill your way out of this world. You carry hope." At this moment, many people looked over from all directions. It would be a pity not to see this magnificent scene of a breakthrough. Many people heard what Han Fei said, and they clenched their fists. They bore the weight of hope. Just a single sentence from him was enough to stir their hearts. Under the pressure and the stimulation of the words, a teenager's eyes turned red. "Kill!" Kacha! The barrier had been broken, and a new hanging fissure was born. Successively, in just over 10 minutes, 5 people successfully broke the barrier. Han Fei felt the strength of the remaining people and withdrew his killing intent. In an instant, all the teenagers fell to the ground. Han Fei looked at the scar-faced drill master who was already sweating profusely beside him and said, "Those who should have broken through have broken through, but the rest are still a little bit behind." The scar-faced drill master said solemnly, "Thank you, Lord Law Enforcer. You are right. The road is in front of us, so we have to kill. I hope you will follow City, Lord Shimin, and use the Avenger as your partner to kill your way out of this world." City Lord Shimin? The Avenger? Han Fei nodded slightly, suddenly pointed to the high city wall, and said in a low voice, "I want to ask you, why is this city called the City of Justice?" Everyone was taken aback by this question. Is there a need to ask? However, the scar-faced drill master reacted quickly. This must be a lesson that the law enforcer wanted to teach everyone. The scar-faced drill master shouted sternly, "Are you all mute? My lord is asking a question." Many people also pricked up their ears to listen. Is there a need to ask a question? Is there any deeper meaning? A teenager who had just broken through quickly got up and said respectfully, "My lord, the name of the City of Justice was written by City Lord Shimin Linghan himself. The City Lord of the West City was once wronged and set out to sea, determined to take revenge, sailed the Avenger and crossed the sea. After thousands of hardships, he became a venerable. He upholds the righteousness of the human world, slaughters all the injustices in the world, selflessly contributes all kinds of cultivation methods and combat skills, so that thousands of human beings can rise. As a human being, we should have a heart of justice." Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. Good heavens, a venerable level powerhouse. That's a bit awesome. Listening to this, the name of this city did make sense. In fact, after hearing the information he wanted to hear, Han Fei immediately said leisurely, "This is your understanding of justice, which is too narrow. Let me tell you, what is justice? In the outside world, the Sea clan invaded and wanted to destroy the human race. However, the heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all things as fish. The great chaos is coming, and the end of the world has come. If the heavenly Tao wants the human race to be destroyed, the human race will rise against the heavenly Tao, let alone the Sea clan. As long as people live, the continuation of the race, and the longevity of tens of thousands of years, is the justice between heaven and earth. If it is not our race, no matter what it is, we will have an unyielding heart and never bow our heads. There is nothing in the world that can destroy the human race. Even heaven and earth can't, let alone the Sea clan. Do you understand my righteousness?" Hearing Han Fei's words, the people within dozens of kilometers fell silent. Someone's heart trembled. What kind of mentality is this? Someone murmured, "There is nothing that can destroy the human race, not even heaven and earth." Someone's heart was burning. This is the unparalleled mentality. This is the pride of a strong master. Someone growled, "The human race will not be destroyed. The human race will not be destroyed." Han Fei turned around and roared to the inner city. He seemed to be moving slowly, but he was actually moving fast. Countless youths looked at that back view and felt incomparably lonely. They knew that there were often strong masters dying. They must be carrying more things on their shoulders. Someone burst into tears and roared, "What are you waiting for? Train, train." Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1098. Phew. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Bragging seriously really required a lot of acting skills. Of course, he wasn't bragging. He was telling the truth. Although the city of justice would inevitably perish in the sea, people couldn't lose hope. Countless people in this world lived on a glimmer of hope. Without this hope, living was tantamount to dying. In fact, Han Fei had some expectations in his heart. He didn't want the city to be sealed by an inexplicable force like the heavenly desolate city. Perhaps this city would be destroyed. Perhaps most of these young people would die in the battle. However, maybe one or two of them would be able to escape alive. In any case, the longer he stayed in this illusion, the more Han Fei felt that this was not just an illusion. Every grass, every tree, and every person here seemed to have existed before. Now, they could be reborn in the illusion, which might be caused by a monstrous force. It might not be a coincidence that these people could live forever in the illusion. At least, someone wanted to remember them and these deceased heroes. At this moment, Han Fei didn't know that in the depths of the City of Justice, someone was standing on the clouds with a knife in his hand, watching this scene quietly. The man murmured, "Nothing can destroy the human race, not even heaven and earth. Son of a B***TCH, my consciousness is even lower than that of a young boy. Alas, I've really lived in a fish's stomach." With a thought, the man's voice came down. This boy is not bad. He has a high consciousness and has the potential to become a king. Take him to my avenger. I'm going to train him myself. Of course, Han Fei didn't know what would happen to him if he bragged. He just wanted to ask, why is the City of Justice called the City of Justice? What does this name mean? That was all. Because Han Fei was strong enough, as long as he was a human, he could easily enter the inner city. Because his perception range was very large, Han Fei scanned and found the statue of Sea God more than 400 kilometers away. To be precise, Han Fei felt that this statue of Sea God looked very familiar. Was it the statue of his mother? Yes, it was. Otherwise, why did it look familiar? Especially after seeing his mother's projection. Anyway, she could be seen everywhere. This meant that his mother was much stronger than old Han. TSK, old Han. How on earth did you manage to woo such a strong mother like me? This doesn't make sense. Han Fei did not stop. There were a lot of people in the city. Regardless of whether it was the end of days or some other era, be it a powerhouse or an ordinary person, they would all pursue one thing called life. Of course, powerful experts would always pursue their own path. Some people simply wanted to become stronger, while others wanted to become kings. For different people, the goal was different in stages. And at different stages, the meaning of pursuit was also different. The city was not bustling with noise. There were many shops selling goods, but the smell of fish filled his nose and mouth. All kinds of fish bones, deep-sea refined iron, shells, spirit fruits, and so on were for sale. But the scene that Han Fei saw was slightly different from that in the heavenly desolate city. The people of heavenly desolation city had been fighting for so long that they were used to living in that state. Therefore, the road was full of people, noisy, and there were all kinds of things being sold. However, in the City of Justice, Han Fei could still perceive that countless people were cultivating at home. Han Fei looked up at the sky and found that there was spiritual energy rolling like a tide. However, at an extremely high altitude, it was sucked in all directions. There are many large spirit gathering arrays in the city. It seems that Shimin Linghan has done a lot of homework for the sake of national cultivation. Of course, Han Fei saw people flying in the sky from time to time. They were all hidden fishers. Occasionally, some law enforcers passed by, but they didn't care about him. Han Fei didn't stop. In his perception, he found that Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu were there. None of the others were there. This at least showed that they were indeed teleported to different places. Just like himself, he had directly appeared in someone else's team and somehow managed to escape alive. In front of the sea god's temple, many people were worshipping and praying. The form of prayer was very simple. They just raised one hand and closed their eyes, thinking about something. Not far from the side, there was a large garden. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu were sitting by the flower pond at the moment. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Aren't they in the city? Why haven't they appeared yet?" Luo Xiaobai thought, "This is a matter of probability. It's possible that they have appeared in the outer sea. However, we can't look for them, nor can we find them at all. We can only wait." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "See, we have been targeted by many people. Dozens of them were looking at him. I'm afraid that as long as we go out, a war will break out." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. "It's natural to be discovered. It's very likely that they don't appear in many random places, so I can appear with you." Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Han Fei is here. Zhang Xuanyu scanned with his perception and found Han Fei. He immediately asked via voice transmission, "Where have you been?" Han Fei flew over. Because everyone was flying, no one in this city of justice would care. Usually, people would only think that you were busy. It only took a while to cover a distance of 100 kilometers. Han Fei quickly flew over and said lightly, "Where are the others?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "I don't know. Zhang Xuanyu and I appeared here directly. We don't need to look for the sea god statue at all." Han Fei said they may have been delayed by some mission. Luo Xiaobai wondered, what mission? Han Fei immediately told her what he had seen and heard. In order to prevent others from eavesdropping, Han Fei specially set up a soundproof array. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. "What? You said you have experienced 2 wars?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, Xiaobai, what can you analyze?" Luo Xiaobai thought for a while. "The teleportation points are not fixed, but there definitely won't be many. According to what you said, you appeared directly in a mission. That may mean that we appeared according to the historical process of this city or historical events." Han Fei thought for a while and nodded. "But if this is the case, why can many people escape from events? For example, I have now sensed more than 60 living auras." Zhang Xuanyu sneered. "It's okay. These people can only watch now. I thought there would be a war as soon as I came in. Who knew it was in the city? But look, now in this city of justice, everyone is united to protect the city, save the people, and defend the foundation of the human race. If they dare to make a move in such a situation, we don't even need to do anything ourselves. I'm afraid that everyone in this city will immediately tear them apart." Han Fei bared his teeth. "Are you so optimistic?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "The big families are not fools. There are many people who have passed the 5th soul realm. If they can't attack here, why would they choose this place? Besides, the 5th soul realm is also known as the war soul realm. However, except for the encounter battle that Han Fei just mentioned, we haven't seen a war yet." Luo Xiaobai paused and continued, "And there is another question. As outsiders, or rather living beings, is it really an accident that we appeared here? You appeared in the outer sea and directly participated in the war. Our appearance here, does it mean that something is about to happen here?" Han Fei nodded quickly. Before he finished nodding, he saw several figures suddenly appear in the sky. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Explorers? He couldn't be wrong about this. If the other party was a law enforcer, Han Fei could tell from his aura. The aura coming from the newcomer was definitely that of an explorer. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and a gray robe. The man shouted, "All hidden fishers in the city, gather under the statue of the sea god. Return in half an hour." The whole city. The middle-aged man said 3 times in a row, and his voice spread across the whole city. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help looking at Luo Xiaobai. What's wrong with her? Something happened when she said something happened. Lu Rinquang and the others haven't arrived yet, but something happened. Luo Xiaobai's face darkened. Great, if Lu Rinquang and the others are in the city, they will definitely come. If they don't come, they are obviously not in the city. In addition, all the people from the big families will definitely gather. However, since something big has happened, with the current situation of the City of Justice, they can't directly attack us in a large-scale war. Han Fei grinned. I'm afraid that Lu Rinquang and the others are in the outer sea. It's very easy to be sniped there. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that on the way, he actually found Chu Qingyan and the others. However, he avoided them. It was obviously unwise for one person to fight with so many people. If it were just more than 50 peak-level hidden fishers, or even more than 50 ordinary heavenly talents, he wouldn't be afraid. However, this time there were many law enforcers. Among these people, there might be a top heavenly talent like MOU. If 2 more heavenly talents of that level came, Han Fei felt that he would be in a panic. After all, they had been law enforcers for a long time and had experience. Of course, those who could enter the top 10 heavenly talents must have their own strengths. Just like MOU, although he used to be one of the top 10 heavenly talents, he was almost tied up by Han Fei. If he didn't have the supreme yin-yang wheel, he might have been pressed into the sea by Yang Nanqi and bombarded at this moment. While Han Fei and the others were thinking, their eyes suddenly blurred. The middle-aged man who spoke just now appeared directly in front of the 3 of them. The 3 of them felt a chill down their backs. What's the meaning of this? What's the matter? Why did the explorer come to us? The middle-aged man looked Han Fei up and down thoughtfully. Han Fei felt his scalp go numb. Could it be that his identity as an outsider had been discovered? Before Han Fei's imagination ran wild, he heard the middle-aged man say, "You are a body cultivator. Not bad. The city lord said that you are qualified to board the Avenger. The city lord can train you personally." Wow. Han Fei was stunned. What the hell? Is he talking about Shimin Linhan? Han Fei swallowed. I haven't even seen Shimin Linhan. Why is he looking for me? Han Fei's face stiffened and he pointed at himself. The city lord wants to train me personally. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and patted Han Fei on the shoulder. You have to believe in the city lord's vision. You know, this is a great honor. This means that the city lord has taken a fancy to your potential. If you board the Avenger, your future achievements will be limitless. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai, only to find that the 2 were also looking at him. He was puzzled and thought to himself, didn't you say that you just had 2 fights in the outer sea? How could you have anything to do with the city lord of the City of Justice? Han Fei took a deep breath. May I ask why? Chapter 1099. Han Fei really didn't understand. I haven't even seen the city master. Why does he value me so much? And he wants to train me personally? Is it possible that I'm really the chosen one? I'm so lucky that even the venerables like to have a relationship with me. The middle-aged man said, what you just said in the outer city was very good. TSK, there's nothing that can destroy the human race, not even heaven and earth. These words are very impressive. You're a proud and unyielding heavenly talent. When Han Fei heard this, he was stunned. What the hell is this city master doing? There's so many people in this big city. Is it interesting to eavesdrop on me? Han Fei had thought that he was very lucky. So it turned out that he was bragging and the city master heard him? Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei speechlessly. What did you do in the outer city again? How did it reach the ears of the city master? Besides, As the two people who knew Han Fei very well, Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu, knew that Han Fei was bragging. Human race? Han Fei had never said a word for the human race since he was a child. Now, such a sentence popped out of nowhere. If he wasn't bragging, the two of them would have taken off his head and kicked it like a ball. But now that things had come to this, what if Han Fei was really taken away? Han Fei's eyes dimmed and his expression was slightly solemn. Senior, please forgive me for not being able to do that. Huh? Why? The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Is this kid crazy? Does he know what he is doing? This was a benefit that countless people yearned for but couldn't get. Personally visiting the Avenger, was there a bigger pie in the world than this? However, Han Fei refused. Not to mention the middle-aged man, even Shimin Linghan, who had been smiling in the sky, suddenly stiffened and was dumbfounded. Has this kid's head been clamped by a big lobster? Han Fei took a deep breath and said with a serious face, Senior, I admit that I'm very tempted. However, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of a city. In the outer sea, the Sea Clan rolled in with the momentum of destroying the city. Near the coast, from dangling fishers to great fishing masters, they fought desperately, not afraid of death. He raised the power of the city and risked his life to protect the city, disregarding life and death. How can I, Han Fei, live an ignoble existence and board the Avenger? The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. That seemed to be the case. Why does it sound different now that you mention it? Had it reached the point where the entire city was going to die? The middle-aged man said, Han Fei, right? On the Avenger, you can actually fight. Han Fei shook his head. The city master is a venerable. It's not easy for me to die. What's so important that a peak-level hidden fisher like me has to participate in the battle? I am comforted that the city lord has a heart that appreciates talent. However, everyone in the City of Justice is now my brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, nephews, and nieces. How can I abandon them? Although the war is difficult, there are thousands of difficulties and tens of thousands of obstacles. The mountains and seas collide, but they cannot stop my feet. They cannot stop my fearless heart. That's why I can't board the Avengers. That would haunt me for the rest of my life. I, Han Fei, belong to the City of Justice. We don't seek to live together, but to die together, and we won't regret it even if we die 9 times. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu almost couldn't stand it anymore. What Zhang Xuanyu had always admired was that Han Fei always came up with new words and subverted his cognition. The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth almost couldn't help twitching. If she didn't know Han Fei, she might really be moved. How could there be such a strange man in this world? However, she knew Han Fei too well. She could guarantee with her dignity that, despite Han Fei's impassioned speech, every word that came out of Han Fei's mouth contained a serious element of bragging. However, the middle-aged explorer didn't know that. He looked solemn and looked at Han Fei in a different way. He didn't expect that there was such a person in the City of Justice. No wonder the city lord took a fancy to him at first glance. No wonder even the city lord wanted to personally cultivate this person. The middle-aged man sighed. This person really has something extraordinary. If it weren't for the fierce war, as long as this man didn't die, he would definitely be a big shot in the future. Even Shimin Linghan in the sky was moved when he heard Han Fei's words. Son of a B***th, I was almost tempted. Why is this guy only a peak-level hidden fisher? If he becomes a venerable, he must be a good man who is affectionate and righteous. Maybe. Shimin Linghan sighed faintly and said via voice transmission, let him be. This is his own choice. I respect his choice. Hearing this, the middle-aged man also sighed faintly, stretched out his hand, and patted Han Fei on the shoulder. You have to work hard to survive. The City of Justice still needs people like you to protect it. Han Fei said solemnly. Han Fei will spare no effort. At this point, the Venerable One was willing, but Han Fei was not. What else could he do? The middle-aged man could only sigh in his heart. These people are really the future hope of the City of Justice. I hope they don't die. He didn't notice Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu, but returned to the sea god statue and waited quietly. Anyone below the hidden fissure level, retreat. Around them, the huge square was full of people in all directions, forming a large circle. All the hidden fissures in the city were summoned. Something big must have happened. Since the three of them were peak-level hidden fissures, they were no exception. They stood in front of the sea god statue. Then, from all directions of the City of Justice, one figure after another cut through the sky and landed one after another. Those outsiders from the big clans naturally didn't dare to run. Run in front of the explorers? That was almost impossible, because they were all peak-level hidden fissures. They were in the same row as Han Fei and the others. There was no surprise on the faces of these people. They didn't seem to be worried or anxious at all. They were very calm. The three of them looked at each other and frowned slightly. This was not a good sign. This fifth soul realm seemed to be an infinite war. If the City of Justice was destroyed, it might be the beginning of this story. This was the first time they had come to the ideal palace. They didn't know how the story would develop here. However, these big clans had occupied the Thousand-Star City for so long that it was very likely that they had long known the historical development of the City of Justice, and some of their clansmen had been staying in the ideal palace. From this point of view, they were in a very passive position. More and more people came from all directions. In just half an hour, the number of hidden fissures exceeded 1,000. Among them, as many as 120 people had the aura of living beings. Han Fei's face sank slightly. It seems that the big clans are going all out this time. These people were not small fries. There were not many people who could enter the Fifth Soul Realm and dared to enter the Fifth Soul Realm. There were more than 100 of them. This meant that these more than 100 people were all the elites of the elites. In the eyes of outsiders, they were definitely heavenly talents. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed and said, "Quang Quang and Li Kuang didn't come." Luo Xiaobai's face darkened slightly. They must be in trouble. Don't panic. Let's play it by ear. About half an hour later, Fifth Glimmer came and Chao Qiu arrived. But Luo Jiutian, Chao Jiaren, and Chao Tian didn't appear. The time it took for an incense stick to burn was almost up. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Fifth Glimmer, and thought to himself, "It's good that Chu Qingyan and Yang Nanqi didn't come back in time." But at the last moment, Han Fei's face suddenly changed. In his perception, Chu Qingyan and the others had returned. Damn, they're back so soon. The middle-aged explorer was about to speak, but he also seemed to notice that someone was returning, so he couldn't help shouting at the void, "Hurry up." Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "Almost 200 people." Han Fei rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do I need you to tell me? Can I see?" On his side, even including Diwu Glimmer and Chao Qiu, there were only 5 people. Among these 5 people, Chao Qiu was included. He probably didn't know anything about this War Soul realm. Diwu Glimmer said, "Don't panic." Han Fei responded, "Don't panic." Soon, Chu Qingyan and the others arrived. They were all peak-level hidden fissures, which made the middle-aged explorer look much better. After Chu Qingyan and the others returned, the middle-aged man said lightly, "Speed is the most important thing in war." Let's make a long story short. A few days ago, the city lord found a strange stone mountain in the outer sea, which may be able to solve the crisis of the human race and save the people. We've gathered all of you to take a gamble. At this moment, there are as many as 32 battlefields in the outer sea, involving a large number of sea creatures. This is our opportunity. The Avenger will lead us to fight in person. At that time, it's time for you to contribute. The middle-aged man spoke for a long time, and in the end his tone was cold. This battle is a great event that will determine the immortal foundation of our human race. At this moment, it's a battle of life and death. Everyone, do you have confidence? As he spoke, the middle-aged man's blood soared into the sky, and his murderous aura rolled over, making everyone's blood boil. Someone roared, his veins bulging. "Fight!" Someone roared. This battle must be won. The human race must not be destroyed. However, in the ears of Han Fei and the others, the meaning changed. The Venerable personally led the crowd to fight for a mountain. Needless to say, it must be the floating stone. However, in fact, the City of Justice had already fallen. Therefore, this battle was extremely dangerous. It was very likely that the City of Justice was defeated because of this battle. Therefore, the key time for the big clans to take action was in this battle. Luo Xiaobai took a breath and said, "It doesn't matter whether the others are here or not. This time, you must ensure your own safety no matter what." Han Fei nodded solemnly. Indeed, as long as he died, the purpose of the big clans would almost be achieved. Han Fei glanced at Yang Nanshi. The latter stole a glance at Han Fei, and other than that, there was no other interaction. Chapter 1100. Nearly 3,000 people joined the battle. Among them, as many as 800 peak-level hidden fishers joined the battle. This power could not be said to be weak. Not to mention that there were 32 battlefields in the outer sea. How many hidden fishers and law enforcers were involved? In terms of strength and heritage, the City of Justice seemed to be much stronger than the heavenly desolate city that he had experienced. Of course, this was also related to the timing of Han Fei's trip to the heavenly desolate city. After all, in the space-time that Han Fei went to, the heavenly desolate city had been fighting for hundreds of years, and its foundation had been hollowed out. Therefore, the battle of the heavenly desolate city was a real city-destroying battle. This time, it might also be a city-destroying battle. However, there was still a big difference between the two. At this time, in Han Fei's view, the overall strength here was even stronger than that of the current Scattered Stars Island, and it was a force that no force could ignore. In the eyes of thousands of wishes and prayers, Han Fei and the others collectively rose into the air. They flew all the way to the south coast, but Li Rinquang and Li Luoluo didn't sense them. If he guessed right, they should be entangled in one of the 32 battlefields in the outer sea. For example, Sun Wu, who ranked fourth on the heavenly talent list, Li Xian, Zhang Mingquan, and the others were also missing. Han Fei wasn't so worried. Li Rinquang wasn't weak at all. Besides, he had attracted most of the firepower, so there was nothing to worry about. However, Chao Jiaran and the others who said they were going to deal with the Chu sect were not here. They must have been delayed by something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Chao Chiu participate in this ultimate battle alone. If there was no accident, this battle would indeed determine the outcome of the City of Justice. History couldn't be changed, and the people of the City of Justice couldn't come back to life. They didn't know that they didn't exist at all. Instead, they were living in a special way. What they had to face every day was endless war. The City of Justice, the south coast. Han Fei saw many big ships floating on the surface of the sea. They were the color of simple or old wood, and the hulls of the ships were engraved with complicated arrays and some special fishbone devices. Han Fei had seen them on the dragon boats and ghost ships. They were spiritual energy cannons that were used to cooperate with arrays. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly understood where the dragon boats came from. That thing was basically created based on the ships of the City of Justice, just that it was much larger. The size of the ship didn't matter. With a ready-made model, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be made. There were more than 20 such ships. None of them looked very big, and none of them were more than 1,000 meters long. However, Han Fei would never underestimate the combat power of those ships. Not only were there spirit-gathering formations carved on the hull of the ship, but there were also extremely complicated killing formations. At a glance, Han Fei found that there were more than 20 kinds of them. Of course, this was not the main point. At the forefront of all the ships, a large black ship that was about 3 times the size of an ordinary ship was floating on the surface of the sea. There were many holes of different sizes on the black sail, but none of them were big. The stern of the black ship was in the shape of an octopus. The octopus's claws were attached to the hull of the ship. At the very front of the ship was not the head of a dragon. Instead, it was abnormally sharp, like a steel blade standing upright. It could easily cut through the wind and waves. Integrated with the steel blade, the lower part of the blade was a shark with its mouth wide open, domineering and flamboyant. The wood of the black ship was black and shiny, and a silver pattern-like formation was imprinted on it. When he saw the formation, Han Fei was stunned. What a complicated formation! Han Fei didn't understand it at all, or he only understood a little bit. It seemed to be a terrifying formation created by an extremely powerful array master. Even someone at old Zhang's level couldn't compare with the array master who carved this formation. No wonder the Avenger is so famous. This formation alone is not something that ordinary people can create. It would be strange if it wasn't strong. While Han Fei was in a daze, a voice sounded in his mind. "Are you really not going to come to the Avenger?" Han Fei looked around and suddenly saw a woman in black and red standing at the top of the sail of the Avenger. The robe was fluttering in the wind. Also fluttering in the wind was a strand of long hair. The voice seemed to be from that person. Han Fei frowned. The legendary Shimin Ling Han turned out to be a woman? Han Fei was speechless. This name was so domineering. He didn't expect it to be a woman. Besides, this woman was slender, her face delicate and cold, but her red lips were particularly charming. Han Fei took a breath and replied, "I live and die with my compatriots." The moment Shimin Ling Han appeared, Han Fei instantly discovered that there were countless people looking at him with burning eyes, filled with unparalleled admiration. Han Fei felt that if Shimin Ling Han said, "Go to hell," many people here might immediately cut their throats without batting an eyelid. Han Fei swallowed. A very prestigious woman, the strongest in the City of Justice, the legendary captain of the Avenger, must have had an extraordinary life. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned and murmured, "I love her, I love her." Smack! Han Fei slapped him on the head. "Shut up." Seeing Shimin Ling Han glance at him, Zhang Xuanyu froze and thought, "I'm screwed. He's not an ordinary person. Will he beat me to death?" However, the corners of Shimin Ling Han's mouth curled up slightly, and he casually averted his gaze. Luo Xiaobai scoffed, "Stupid fish." Han Fei also noticed that there were actually many people with the same expression as Zhang Xuanyu. Among them was Fifth Glimmer. He wasn't any better than Zhang Xuanyu. He was almost drooling. As for Chao Qiu, since he activated the bloodline of the god of war, he had become a downright cold Prince Charming. He didn't even look at women, as if he didn't see them. Han Fei sighed. It seemed that every fatty had great potential. Once they lost weight, handsome men would be no match for them. What would Lurin Kuang look like when he lost weight? While Han Fei was thinking, he heard a cold voice rippling in the air. Shimin Ling Han said lightly, "In the struggle for the general trend, there is a slim chance of survival. In this boundless sea, the Sea Clan rose and slaughtered the human race. Once, when I was a child, I never thought that one day my ambition would be to fight for the human race and seek a place for the human race to survive. But now that I've become the city lord of the City of Justice, I have to do something." With that said, Shimin Ling Han turned sideways, pointed at the vast sea, and said lightly, "This time there is a slim chance of survival. However, as long as I, Shimin Ling Han, am here, no one above the venerable realm can control this battle. Everyone, if we succeed in this battle, the human race will not be destroyed. If we lose this battle, I will die first. Huh. Follow City, Lord Shimin closely, and die 9 times without regret. Follow City, Lord Shimin closely, and die 9 times without regret." The more than 3,000 people around were all excited. Including Han Fei, it was actually very difficult for them to be excited. That woman had only said a few words, but it was enough to make them willing to die. Luo Xiaobai murmured, "What a strong aura, what a strong personality charm." In Han Fei's eyes, the woman was tall and straight. For some reason, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Why does she look so lonely? She's definitely a woman with a story. Han Fei could only guess so. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen a female venerable. Of course, if he counted his mother, Shimin Ling Han was probably nothing. On the ship, he didn't know whether it was God's will or they did it on purpose. Anyway, there were more than 100 people from the big families on Han Fei's ship. The other 70 or 80 people were on another ship next door. Because it was a slim chance of survival, many people were chatting with each other. Zhang Xuanyu and Diwu Haiguang were sitting on the side of the ship, staring at the Black Avenger ahead. Luo Xiaobai was vigilantly observing everything, not in the mood to talk. Han Fei, on the other hand, was sitting on the edge of the deck with a young man. The man smiled and said, "Brother, I've never seen you before." Han Fei grinned and said, "At the moment of life and death, is this what you want to say?" The man laughed. "I'm just trying to strike up a conversation. Besides, with City Lord here, we will definitely win this battle." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Are you so confident?" The man immediately became serious and tilted his head to look at Han Fei. "Of course, City Lord is a legend. There is nothing in this world that can stop City Lord." Han Fei was surprised. Is this Shimin Ling Han so great in the eyes of ordinary people? Although Han Fei also wanted to ask how great Shimin Ling Han was and what kind of story he had experienced, but it was obviously inappropriate to ask this question. In the City of Justice, it seemed that no one didn't know Shimin Ling Han. If he asked, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. Han Fei immediately changed the topic. "Hey, of course I believe that City Lord Shimin can win, but we may not survive. Why? Is there anything you want to do, but haven't done yet?" Generally speaking, people would remember a lot before they died. Han Fei knew that these people probably wouldn't live long. He might as well let them reminisce. The man smiled and said, "That's a lot. My wish is to become a law enforcer." Han Fei despised him. "Is this what you want to do? Besides cultivation, what else do you know?" The man trembled with laughter. "What do you know?" "I told her that on the day I become a law enforcer, I will ask the City Lord to host a dual cultivation ceremony for us. She said that she also wants to become a law enforcer and then dual cultivation. Look, she only has a level 3 spiritual heritage and hasn't become a hidden fisher yet. How can I afford to wait? I won't listen to her. When I was 8 years old, I showed my talent. She was just a follower." Han Fei's body stiffened slightly, and he turned his head to look at the smiling man who was bragging about his life. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1101. The Avenger moved very fast, like a sharp knife cutting through the sea. Behind it, more than 20 large ships followed, looking magnificent. During this period, several sea demons tried to stop them, but Shimin Ling Han pointed at them and directly obliterated them. Even the big fish tide was crushed in an instant. During the battle, Han Fei, like many people, lay on the bow and watched. Shimin Ling Han stirred the sea with one hand, and a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sea. In an instant, tens of thousands of creatures turned into blood mist. This was the first time that Han Fei had seen a venerable powerhouse attack. They were too strong. A strange power broke out in the sea, which seemed to have an indescribable charm. As the whirlpool rotated, everything collapsed. Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. "Is this the venerable realm? It's too strong, isn't it?" Luo Xiaobai narrowed her eyes. "Taoist aura. Venerable powerhouses have all comprehended Taoist aura. We can't understand the laws of Tao, let alone understand them." Han Fei scoffed. "When my father beat people, I didn't see any Taoist aura." Luo Xiaobai tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei. "Maybe Uncle is acting cool." "Han Fei," Diwu Glimmer said leisurely, "your mentality is really good. You know, once the war starts, Our war will also start at any time. Han Fei wondered, when do you think it will happen? They have to find a chance, right? Otherwise, they might have been beaten to death. Diwu Glimmer scoffed. Oh, how would I know? I'm not on their side. However, based on my own experience, I only have a chance to fight in the middle and late stages of this battle. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly looked back, only to see Chu Qingyan walking over. Luo Xiaobai asked, "What are you doing here?" Chu Qingyan sneered and looked at Han Fei. "It seems that not all of your people are here." Han Fei sneered. "As if all of your people are here? Are you sure you can defeat us?" Chu Qingyan said lightly, "Can't you?" Before Han Fei spoke, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly stretched his head over. "Come on, do you want to eat? I'm so handsome. I'll give you a bite." Chu Qingyan's face darkened. "Zhang Xuanyu, you don't seem that powerful." Zhang Xuanyu shook his head and pretended to be surprised. "Am I not powerful? Since we're going to fight soon, why don't we find a place with no one around and let you experience my power?" "You are looking for—" Chu Qingyan felt a chill run down her spine. She discovered that someone was looking at her. She was immediately surprised. As an outsider, he shouldn't be the center of attention. Why would Shimin Lingan's gaze fall here? Zhang Xuanyu said shamelessly, "What am I looking for? Is he looking for you?" Diwu Haiguang patted Zhang Xuanyu's shoulder and said, "You don't pay attention to your words. It's too dirty. Look at me, I'm fine. Longlegs, since there's still time, let's date for half an incense stick of time. What do you think?" "Humph. Shameless. Sigh. Don't go, I'm telling the truth." Han Fei was speechless. Luckily, he hadn't met these two people before. Otherwise, who knew how many girls would be ruined by them? Luo Xiaobai had already developed the habit of automatically ignoring it. When Zhang Xuanyu was bullshitting or even bragging, she usually automatically ignored him. Now there was one more, so she also began to automatically ignore Du Haiguang's words. Chu Qingyan came over just to provoke them. If Han Fei and the others could mess up, they would naturally be unable to resist their actions in the next battle, which was what she would be happy to see. However, this provocation was easily resolved by the two soul balls. Han Fei came back to his senses, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Shimin Linghan looking at him. Han Fei didn't feel good at all. "Wait, you are a dignified venerable. Why do you keep looking at me?" In his mind, a voice suddenly sounded. Who else could it be but Shimin Linghan? Shimin Linghan said, "You look very much like someone I know. The more I look at you, the more you look like her." Han Fei didn't know what was going on. Is this venerable flirting with me? I'm just a young man. Have I been flirted with? Isn't this too old-fashioned? The point is, I've been flirted with by someone else. Is this venerable in front of me a human? Or is she a soul? I don't even know. It's really painful to be flirted with. Han Fei swallowed. "Master, my face is quite ordinary. Maybe it's a common face." Shimin Linghan looked at Han Fei again. "I don't mean your face. It's just an illusory feeling. You look like an old friend I know." Han Fei wanted to smile, but he didn't dare to. It's obvious that he's trying to set me up and he still feels it. I feel like I'm the sea god. What's the use of feeling? Seeing Han Fei lower his head, Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but say, "What are you thinking about?" Han Fei quickly came back to his senses. "Oh, nothing." When Han Fei looked up again, he found that Shimin Linghan had turned his head away. Many people around said, "Master was looking at me just now." Someone sneered. "Nonsense. Master was looking at me just now." Someone said contemptuously, "Why don't you look at yourself?" Master was obviously looking at me. For a moment, many people argued endlessly. Han Fei thought to himself, "I don't care who she is looking at. Just don't look at me anymore." About an hour later, Han Fei suddenly sensed something. He clenched his fists subconsciously. "Oh no, danger is coming." Suddenly, Shimin Lingan's voice sounded. Those who stand in my way will die. Han Fei and the others only saw the void shake, and darkness suddenly enveloped the entire sky. In the void, a huge crack appeared. The next scene made Han Fei and the others' blood freeze. Dozens of octopus tentacles, nearly 100 meters long, opened the crack, and a pair of crimson eyes lit up from the depths of the crack. Then a pair of big hands tore the crack even wider. Through the crack, Han Fei saw a human-shaped head, with tentacles below the eyes. The head was like a boulder poking out of the crack. Shimin Linghan appeared directly in front of the void crack. Although he was small, he was not afraid at all, holding 2 scimitars in his hands. There was a rumble in front of him. 2 scorching knife lights cut through the darkness, revealing an X-shaped red mist knife light. The creature that had not yet crawled out of the crack roared and spewed out cold ice, trying to block it. However, the knife light was as scorching as the sun, cutting through the darkness. With a swish, it fell on the pair of big hands and directly cut them back. Boom! As Shimin Linghan clenched with one hand, the void quickly closed. Shimin Linghan said coldly, "Get lost!" After saying this, Shimin Linghan shouted in a low voice without looking back, "Keep going!" Under everyone's gaze, Shimin Linghan held the 2 knives upside down, slashed out a crack in the void, stepped into it, and disappeared. Seeing this scene on the Avenger, 6 people directly flew into the sky, all of whom were explorers. But one of them shouted, "Go forward!" In less than half an hour, the sea began to boil. In the distance, a huge crab emerged from the bottom of the sea. Its pincers were like giant scissors, slapping the sea, causing a tsunami. A giant octopus stretched out its claws, intending to block the way of the Avenger. A flying python soared into the sky, which could also be called a wind snake, opened its big mouth, and a fishy wind blew. Buzz! Buzz! The 3 explorers charged out and shouted, "Continue forward!" When the 5 giant beasts appeared, there was only 1 explorer left. The man looked back and shouted, "All big ships activate the arrays." Buzz! 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 For a time, more than 20 colorful big ships rushed on the sea. And Han Fei had already perceived that 500 kilometers away, there was an undersea mountain standing alone with dark mountain walls. Near the mountain, the gravity was abnormal, and creatures were floating in the air. Similarly, when he found the mountain, Han Fei saw a big turtle covered in thick armor. In addition to the big turtle, there were more than 100 giant creatures. The explorer at the front roared, "Attention, everyone! Empty that mountain, even if you die. Law enforcers control the ships. Hidden fishers move the mountain." With that, the explorer also tore through the sky and left. At this moment, the sea was already full of raging waves and tsunamis. The Venerables had their own battles, and the explorers had their own battles. They were holding up the strongest ones. Swish! 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 A law enforcer landed on Han Fei's ship, or rather, on every big ship there were law enforcers. These people shouted in a low voice, "Everyone get ready. In 100 minutes, the Vengeance Array will be activated. Move the mountain." While these law enforcers were talking, a circular array of ships was set up with the Avenger as the center. Some big ships were moving horizontally, and some were connected head to tail. 100 minutes passed in a flash, and Han Fei said to Luo Xiaobai and the others via voice transmission, "I've sensed it. 50 kilometers ahead. Be careful of the attacks of the big clans." Diwu Haiguang said, "Don't panic, it's not time yet." If this mountain was so easy to move, how could the City of Justice have been destroyed? Next, there will be a battle of thousands of people. Don't worry about them attacking us. Huh. Before Han Fei and the others could ask more, they heard a peak-level law enforcer rushing out from the Avenger. "All hidden fishers, charge with me." Swish, swish, swish. On more than 20 ships, figures took off and followed the law enforcer. Diwu Haiguang said, "Go. Catch up with them." Third, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1102. They didn't know anything about the Age of Doom. He had never been to the War Soul realm before, so he could only take it one step at a time. With a swish, the law enforcer in the front pulled out a fish skin map. All of a sudden, a ray of scarlet light that was as bright as the sun shone on everyone. When the light shone, Han Fei felt that his blood was swelling and his body began to heat up as if he were full of strength. The enforcer roared, "Charge!" More than 3,000 people as one, like an incomparably huge, sharp knife, swept across the sky. A strange scarlet aura flame soared into the sky. This is... Han Fei remembered the charge of the sea demons. When hundreds of half-mermaids and half-mermaids charged with secret methods, they would condense an extremely powerful force, like a manifestation of their will. At this moment, it was the same for the humans. Han Fei could clearly feel that his strength had increased by about 10%. Don't look down on a mere 10% increase in strength. However, the increase in combat power of more than 3,000 people was accompanied by the descent of some kind of will. Their overall strength was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. When all the hidden fissures were flying in the air, within the range of the ship array, a huge array was formed with a range of more than 50 kilometers. This was the first time that Han Fei had seen such a large array. Although this large formation looked like it was formed by countless small formations, it was actually very powerful. However, it was obvious that the Avenger was the core of the formation, and it was a large formation that had been reforged from a small formation. More than 20 law enforcement officers were controlling the formation and protecting them. It was obvious how terrifying it was. In Han Fei's perception, wherever the array passed, half-mermaids and half-mermaids were directly minced by the invisible sword shadows, and ice crystal shells were cut into pieces by the sword shadows. Almost in an instant, more than half of the creatures in the formation perished. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in shock. Is this an array that can trap and kill explorers? Although Han Fei found it hard to believe, he still nodded. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about using a formation to trap an explorer. However, Han Fei also knew that it was almost impossible to trap an expert of that level for even a moment. However, the ship formation did it. Not only did he do it, but he was also extremely powerful. Could it trap and kill explorers? He didn't know. But if the law enforcers entered, they would definitely die. Enter the sea. The law enforcer at the front shouted again and took the lead to rush into the sea. Plop, plop. It was like putting dumplings into a pot, and also like a sharp knife stabbing into the sea. Everyone entered the sea at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for the dark mountain. Han Fei couldn't help being moved. In his eyes, Shimen Linghan had already made ample preparations for his attack this time around. The Venerable One personally took action. The 6 explorers attacked the sea monsters, and the formation of ships controlled and killed them. In addition to the enforcers controlling the ship, there were nearly 50 other enforcers guarding the Avenger. Even the battle on the ancient battlefield on the Scattered Stars island couldn't compare to this level of battle. Diwu Haiguang's expression turned slightly serious, and he transmitted his voice. We can't count on Brother Luo and Chao Tian to rush over. They must have been trapped in other battlefields, unable to escape. Remember, I can only guarantee that the aristocratic families won't make a move before the formation is broken. Once the ship formation is broken, don't hesitate and escape immediately. Han Fei looked at Chao Qiu. Qiu looked indifferent. I know what to do. Zhang Xuanyu, I just want to ask, how exactly does moving a mountain work? Diwu Haiguang grinned. We are moving the mountain now. As he spoke, the 3,000 people with the law enforcer as the sharp knife directly loaded onto the dark mountain. Crack, crack, crack. All the people were like swords, cutting the mountain horizontally. Han Fei and the others rushed into the mountain one after another. Back then, Chen Huangdian moved 800 kilometers of the mountain alone. Now, 3,000 hidden fishers wanted to move the floating stone mountain with a radius of more than 100 kilometers. And the gap was suddenly obvious. More than 3,000 people, like one, walked through the mountain just to cut this mountain. In the end, they worked together to move it. It was easy for others to move a mountain. But in fact, how heavy was a real mountain? Han Fei used to boast about the origin of the Taihang royal house. There was a golden-armored giant carrying a mountain on his back, stepping on the void and moving the mountain. At this moment, the golden-armored giant was replaced by 3,000 hidden fishers. However, Han Fei didn't seem to need 3,000 hidden fishers to move such a mountain, right? However, only a few seconds after this idea appeared in Han Fei's perception, he discovered that a huge number of marine creatures were gathering from all directions. The ship array failed? No. What's that? As soon as the mountain was cut in half, Han Fei found that the island was surrounded from all directions. Behind everyone, a large number of marine creatures, fearless, rushed into the mountain against the ship array. And in the ship array, a mermaid appeared, riding a fat worm as heavy as a stupid bear. As for the mermaid expert was enveloped by a ball of water that spun at high speed. The mermaid had nothing in her hands and turned into armor. As the mermaid raised her hands, a huge vortex rolled up on the bottom of the sea, so terrifying that Han Fei noticed that the seawater inside the mountain was flowing back and being sucked away. Another explorer, so strong. Many people saw this scene and were a little shocked. In this world, there was someone who could resist the ship array by himself. The leading law enforcer shouted, "Don't worry about those battles. Carry the mountain and go." As if having expected that things wouldn't be so easy, the more than 50 law enforcers who were supposed to guard the Avenger all went into the sea. Among them, 20 of them directly besieged the mermaid. Everyone else was rushing towards the floating stone mountain at high speed. With only more than 30 people, it was obviously impossible to protect the entire area of more than 100 kilometers. Because there were too many marine creatures popping up, many of which were hidden fishers. Under this endless impact, these law enforcers activated all their secret methods and domains. They even began to burn their bloodlines just to protect Han Fei and the others from moving the mountain. Crack! Crack! Bam! 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 When Han Fei and the others rushed forward, suddenly, above the sky, a void crack was torn open, and a big shell jumped out of the void. Clang! The shell clanged, and the sound waves fell on the floating stone mountain like a tide. Immediately afterward, a long tongue stretched out from the shell like a whip, lashing straight at the floating stone mountain. Wherever the long tongue passed, there was a raging fire. But before the long tongue fell, it was caught by a big bloody hand and dragged back into the void cracked together with the shell. Needless to say, that person must be Shimin Linghan. Han Fei was shocked. Shimin Linghan seemed to be seriously injured. How many people was she fighting? Of course, now was not the time to consider this. Although the shell was pulled back, the rolling sound waves bombarded the mountain, shaking it. Many people suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood and were directly injured. Han Fei and the others only felt a slight impact falling on them, but it couldn't shake them. Boom! At the moment when the mountain was completely broken, the law enforcer shouted again, "Let's go! The Dare to Die team will cover us." Dare to Die team? Han Fei thought, why didn't I know there was a Dare to Die team? Then, Han Fei saw some older hidden fishers break away from the blades of fighting, one after another. Someone laughed. As long as the human race is alive, the City of Justice will not be destroyed. Someone pressed his armor box, madly burning his blood, and roared crazily, "I've lived enough. Little fish, let me show you what the human race is." Someone smiled casually, and 1,000 vines burst out. No family behind you, only a city. Risking your life to protect a city, risking your life to reunite with your family. Is there anything better in the world than this? The hidden fishers left the team one by one, and in the blink of an eye, there were only thousands of people left. The rest, Han Fei and the others, carried the mountain. Walala! There were still nearly 2,000 people who went to sea with the mountain on their backs, moving extremely fast. This was a battle for the mountain. Shimin Linghan was bold enough and willing to spend a lot of money. Either live or die, there was no way back. Han Fei and the others succeeded in taking the mountain. However, Han Fei didn't look happy, because he saw the big fish tide. As far as his eyes could see, there were endless sea creatures. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed on the sea. Seahorses galloped and roared. Countless starfish, lobsters, and sailfish were chasing them frantically. At the bottom of the sea, the battle had begun. More than 300 armorists opened their weapons and blocked the entire area of the floating stone mountain. Vines suddenly grew in all directions, and giant vines intertwined, hacking in all directions. The leading law enforcer shouted angrily, "Let's go, they are heroes. We must bring this mountain back." As soon as this person shouted, a large number of creatures glowing with blue light swooped down from the sky. Someone shouted in a low voice, "It's the shooting star flying fish." Swish, swish, swish. Another 100 hidden fishers spontaneously left the team and roared at the people carrying the mountain. "Go, go!" At that moment, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. These were all hidden fishers. How difficult it was for humans to cultivate a hidden fisher. God knew how many battles it took for one hidden fisher to emerge from tens of millions of people. But today, in order to snatch a mountain, thousands of people risked their lives. For a city, for a city, for a city of people, for the survival of the human race. Han Fei was a little jealous. He really didn't know why humans and the Sea Clan fought. Human beings lived on land, and the Sea Clan lived in the sea. Wasn't it nice? What was the point of risking his life to fight like this? Chapter 11:03. The price of war must be peace. But now it seemed that it was almost impossible for the Sea Clan and humans to coexist peacefully, and the battlefield of humans had become a struggle for survival. At this time on the sea, there were shocking waves one after another. On the sea, there were already mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Nearly half of the law enforcers who had just moved the mountain to block the way had died in such a short time. Han Fei and the others were carrying the mountain. On the sea, many law enforcers shouted, "Ship array, big turtle carrying stone." At this moment, with the Avenger as the leader, above the hull a huge turtle shell phantom floated in the air. Buzz! Buzz! Pieces of blue tortoise shell appeared. With the ship array as the boundary, a huge turtle shell appeared. How could Han Fei and the others not know what this was for? Who knew how long it would take for them to return to the City of Justice? Of course, they still had to rely on big ships to carry it. Rumble! The process was unexpectedly smooth. When the floating stone mountain was placed on the turtle shell, everything was going according to plan. Diwu Haiguang said, "From now on, be careful. Keep your soul awake. Don't get out of this timeline." Han Fei was stunned. What timeline? Where does this timeline come from? Diwu Haiguang said, "In the ideal palace, everything we see is related to the timeline. Once you enter a special state, you are likely to be separated from this timeline. Now don't enter other timelines. Although this place is different from the prehistoric soul realm, and there is no nonsense time span, we still have to be careful." Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu knew very well what the timeline was. After all, they had experienced it in the prehistoric soul realm. But Han Fei was different. He remembered the previous battle. He had clearly transformed into the supreme yin-yang wheel. As a result, when he woke up, the battle was already over. Han Fei quickly said, "You mean if we leave the current timeline, we will stray into other timelines?" Diwu Haiguang nodded. "Of course, this is the case in the entire ideal palace." Han Fei asked warily, "How is that possible?" According to what you said, shouldn't the first 3 soul realms also be related to the timeline? Why didn't we notice it? Diwu Glimmer sneered. That's because that timeline is fixed, or rather cyclical. For example, the recovery of the spiritual plants in the monster plant soul realm. I suspect that it is not the power of the ideal palace that is recovering them, but time. Otherwise, there would be people picking soul fruits, digging up visualization fossils, and collecting soul crystals every day. No matter how strong the power supporting the ideal palace is, can it be endlessly poured in the power of the divine soul? Hearing Diwu Haiguang's words, Han Fei was startled. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. His mother had once said that the river of time could actually be stolen and intercepted. According to what Diwu Dimlight had said, could it be that the ideal palace was not simply a place of the divine soul? Was it a river of time? Hiss! Han Fei felt his blood freeze. If the ideal palace was the river of time, then, suddenly, Han Fei thought of an impossible possibility. In fact, although the ideal palace was made up of soul bodies, it was not a soul body. But what he had seen and experienced, everything was real. It was very likely that there would be problems when his physical body entered the timeline, but the divine soul might not necessarily have this restriction. It was just that he, the outsiders, was in a different timeline from the things and people he had experienced in the ideal palace. They were fighting at a certain fixed time. Why did he see that these people around him were full of dead energy? Who knew how many King, tens of thousands of years ago, these people had actually already fallen in the true long river of time? And when he looked at them with the eyes of an outsider, he would feel that they were full of dead energy. Because in time they were dead, but at a certain stage they were still alive. He observed them, but separated by an invisible time barrier, he felt that they were dead. When they looked at him and the others, they were also separated by an invisible time barrier. Because he and the others came from the future, they were naturally alive. However, Han Fei had another question. Across the timeline, didn't he and the others also eat the soul fruits? Couldn't they also kill each other? Those people in the undying soul realm, had they already fallen in that timeline? However, Han Fei suddenly seemed to understand something. It seemed natural for the people of the future to take what was left by the past. However, the people of the past took what was left by the future. Han Fei's mind was a little confused. Although he had some inferences, there was no way to verify anything. Even what he was thinking now was just his own guess. A guess without facts was always just a guess. Although Han Fei felt that this guess might be very close to the truth. Just when Han Fei and the others gathered together, waiting for the ship formation to speed up and rush out of the sea area, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, what's that?" In the distance, 100 kilometers away, a large wave was rushing towards the ship formation at an incredible speed. In the huge wave, there was a huge black shadow like a creature, but Diwu Hazy Light shouted, "Don't perceive it." However, when Diwu Hazy Light shouted, Han Fei's perception had already swept over. As a result, the next moment, he vomited a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly cast the divine healing technique on himself. Don't perceive it. Just now, the moment Han Fei tried to perceive it, his soul was injured. Before Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu had time to perceive it, they saw Han Fei vomit blood out of thin air, and many people around him vomited blood one after another. He couldn't help but ask, "Fei, what did you see?" Han Fei felt his scalp go numb. Instead of answering Zhang Xuanyu's words, he looked directly at Diwu Hazy Light. "Do you want to run?" Diwu Hazy Light shook his head. "Wait." Han Fei then looked at Zhang Xuanyu, a huge monster. Han Fei could only describe it in this way, because the creature he saw had a crab's head, mantis shrimp-like limbs, a flood dragon's body, and a shell like that of a rock-carrying turtle. Its body was black and shiny, densely covered with spikes. It was simply indescribable. A void crack was torn open, and a rainbow pierced through the sky and the earth, nailing the black shadow in the huge wave. Hoop! 50 kilometers away, an incomparably huge black shadow could be seen leaping out of the waves. 2 claws, more than 300 meters, long, slashed at the rainbow in the void. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the rainbow in the void seemed to be frozen, and the rainbow in the void was blocked. Looking closely, it turned out to be a scimitar, Schemenlingen's scimitar. Crack, crack, crack. However, the monster's body was too huge. At this time, it all jumped out of the sea, and its body length was probably nearly 500 meters. Schemenlingen's scimitar was breaking inch by inch. Kacha! Rumble! The boundless explosion stirred up huge waves. The strong waves rushed to Han Fei and the others in just 10 seconds. At this moment, an explorer, the explorer who had talked to Han Fei before, blocked in front of the floating stone mountain. With the strength of a single person, he blocked this terrifying power. The airwaves rolled over both sides of the floating stone mountain, stretching out for hundreds of kilometers. Gulp. Countless people swallowed. What kind of creature is this? How can it be so terrifying? Han Fei's eyes, on the other hand, had quickly returned to the explorer. At this moment, the explorer was dripping with blood. Previously, he fought with a marine creature at the spirit-breaking realm and was seriously injured, losing an arm. At this time, his hair was messy, holding a shield with one hand, and he didn't take a step back. This person shouted, "Retreat quickly!" Rumble! Just as this person finished speaking, a terrifying explosion broke out under the water again. The Tao-seeking mermaids and mermaids trapped in the ship formation seemed to have seized the opportunity when the ship formation was retreating, detonated their weapons, and launched their strongest blow. A big black ship suddenly shattered, and the law enforcer on the ship was immediately seriously injured. Han Fei and the others were directly knocked dozens of meters into the sky by this terrifying impact. Under this blow, at least 50 hidden fissures were directly blown to the sky. Revenge array, suppress it for me. The dense array light lit up again. Through his perception, Han Fei found that the mermaids and mermaids under the water seemed to be seriously injured and were frantically bombarding the ship formation. With a thought, Han Fei cast a divine healing technique on the explorer. The latter glanced back at Han Fei and grinned. It's useless. This person was not anxious, but took a deep breath, looked up at the void, and murmured, "This is the limit of the City of Justice." After saying that, the explorer stepped forward in the void, covering 1,000 meters with each step. In the distance, the huge monster arched into the water again and rushed over. Obviously, it blocked the attack that pierced through the sky and the earth just now. The middle-aged explorer's blood was burning, but he stopped halfway and chuckled in a low voice. If the human race doesn't perish one day, we will fight to the end of the sea and break through the eternal darkness. However, I'm going to go first. Old Ja! In the void, a delicate voice seemed to be calling the name of the middle-aged man. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man's body had already collapsed. A scarlet long knife cut through the sea and blocked the current. There was crimson under the knife, like the tears of the sea, flowing for 100 kilometers. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1104. This kind of scene was too magnificent. Just now, the power of just one slash swept across hundreds of kilometers. Now, how could an explorer's attack be underestimated? Without the protection of a strong master, how could this mountain be moved? However, Fifth Glimmer didn't speak at this moment and still looked quite calm. Han Fei was slightly relieved and thought to himself, could it be that another human expert has come to stop me? On the other side, Chu Qingyan shouted, "Nanchi, help me stop Chao Qiu later. Qingyi, you just need to hold Fifth Glimmer for a while. Everyone remember, there is only one target we need to hunt, that is Han Fei. As for the others, try not to fight. Once Han Fei is dead, everything will be settled." Han Fei was paying attention to Chu Qingyan all the time. With the strength of his soul, How could he not hear what Chu Qingyan said? He just wanted to curse this woman for being really vicious. But on second thought, it seemed that Chu Qingyan was going to fight later. Later? Han Fei asked Fifth Glimmer via voice transmission. What else will happen later? Diwu Glimmer glanced at Han Fei. Are you sure you want to know in advance? That scene is boring to listen to. Han Fei said angrily, Nonsense. I have to seize the time. You go first. Diwu Glimmer was slightly shocked. Seize the time? Now, aren't we in a very passive position? However, he couldn't change Han Fei's mind, so he could only say, What else can we do? Shimin Linghan has come out. Han Fei said in surprise, and then Diwu Glimmer said, Then we can run away. Han Fei's heart sank immediately. There were only two possibilities for Shimin Linghan to come out. One was that the battle between the Venerables was over and Shimin Linghan won. The other was that the battle was not over yet, and Shimin Linghan had to come out to save the situation. Since Diwu Glimmer said they would run away, the possibility tended to be the latter. If this was the case, Chu Qingyan should make a move on the way. But if they wanted to run away, many people would run together. How could she have a chance to make a move? Bam! Like a thunderclap. Han Fei really saw a scene more terrifying than a mushroom cloud. The seawater flowed backward, and a huge whirlpool spanned more than 30 kilometers. A circle of seawater rushed to the sky like a pillar. However, in the blink of an eye, a large number of marine creatures crumbled. Even the ships that were already 100 miles away were almost sucked back. The seawater seemed to fall from the 9 heavens and formed waves. With an unbelievable speed, they covered the sky and covered the sun. However, before this, a figure suddenly appeared on the floating rock mountain. Who else could it be but Shimin Linghan? At this moment, Shimin Linghan did not look any different from when he had left. However, when Han Fei saw the blood on her lips, his hand that was holding a machete trembled slightly. From this, it could be seen that Shimin Linghan's battle was definitely not easy. Shimin Linghan stretched out a hand, and an endless amount of seawater gathered like a spiral ball of water. The water ball was continuously being compressed, and the speed was so fast that the vast expanse of seawater in Shimin Linghan's palm became a glowing water ball the size of a palm. Han Fei took a deep breath. Can it be played like this? Others might not know it, but Han Fei saw that endless spiritual energy was being injected into the water ball. Not to mention compressing a water ball. It was difficult to compress a huge amount of spiritual energy to such a size, right? Han Fei could predict that once this water ball was compressed successfully, it might be more powerful than the strike of the explorer just now. After all, Han Fei knew the concept of pressure. The smaller the endless power was compressed, the more concentrated the power would be. Shimin Linghan's other hand was not idle either. Endless spiritual energy was injected into the machete. When the machete lit up, Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and the others were slightly stunned, because the machete was shrouded in black and white strange light. In the eyes of Luo Xiaobai and the others, although they rarely saw Han Fei use the yin-yang wheel, they all knew that Han Fei had such a hidden trick. Han Fei was also surprised. The black and white lights were intertwining. What kind of combat skill did Shimin Linghan use? His first thought was, could Shimin Linghan have something to do with the Immortal Palace? After all, Han Fei had never seen anyone else with such a skill, and Little Black and Little White seemed to be extraordinary. Besides, the 9th Immortal Palace was called the Yin-Yang Heaven. Was there really no special mark? As soon as Shimin Linghan appeared, the void crack opened. However, what appeared was no longer the previous giant octopus monster, but a weirdo with a human body and a shrimp body. Although it was a shrimp body, it actually looked a bit like a spider. However, it was not as fat as a spider. The weirdo held 2 giant hammers and laughed. Shimin Linghan, the former pirate king, slaughtered countless sea creatures. Have you ever thought that you would have such a day? On the other side, the void was torn open again. The previous giant octopus monster appeared again, and its two giant hands tore open the void. However, Han Fei keenly discovered that the octopus-like chin of the creature had been cut off more than half. At this moment, those tentacles were growing rapidly. Shimin Linghan was unmoved and was still compressing the water ball in his hand. However, as soon as she stepped on the ground, all the arrays on the Avenger changed. Everyone only felt that the array of ships suddenly deformed and became arrow-shaped, slightly different from what they had seen before, but extremely fast. Want to escape? Did you ask for my permission? The half-human, half-shrimp monster raised the heaven-reaching hammer. Under the hammer strike, thunder fell and electric arcs filled the air. When it fell from the sky, it was accompanied by thunder and flames, like Mars hitting Earth. The only thing that everyone could still look forward to was Shimin Linghan. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how much pressure Shimin Linghan was under alone. There were two venerable level creatures in the sky and one in the sea. The one in the sea had already rushed out of the huge waves. Its body was heavily damaged, and half of one of its limbs had been broken off. The explorer's life-risking blow only caused such little damage to it. Even Han Fei couldn't help but feel helpless. How could he fight against three venerables? Shimin Linghan said coldly, "The city of justice is just the city of justice. I am not the strongest, and the human race will eventually rise against the trend. I believe that in the future, there will be a person who can break through this endless sea. Today, I admit that I was tricked by you, but if you want to kill me, you have to see if you are qualified." Swish! Shimin Linghan raised the scimitar in his hand, and a huge black and white wheel appeared. Hiss! Han Fei gasped. The supreme yin-yang wheel? No. That attack looked like a yin-yang wheel. However, the murderous intent in it was too strong, causing the wind within a kilometer to be as sharp as knives. It was not as pure as the supreme yin-yang wheel. Luo Xiaobai asked, "This is?" Han Fei shook his head. "It's not the same as me." Although Han Fei said that, he was sure that Shimin Linghan's yin-yang will definitely had something to do with him. At this time, Han Fei remembered what Shimin Linghan said. He was a bit similar to someone she knew. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Was she talking about old Han? He could only think of old Han. He didn't know which era old Han was from either. He could even win over his mother on the other side of the river of time. Was there anything he couldn't do? But old Han, this shameless man, wouldn't be too timing, right? Was there any unknown story between Shimin Linghan and old Han? The yin-yang wheel resisted the huge hammer shadow. The compressed water ball in Shimin Linghan's hand was also pushed out. At the moment the water ball left his hand, a road appeared on the sea. Spiritual energy followed and seawater surrounded it, making the water ball bigger and bigger. In an instant, it became 100 meters in size. After that, Shimin Linghan pointed at the void and drew an array in the void. There were only 7 strokes. However, Han Fei saw a 7-layered killing array. 7 flood dragons rose up in the wind and rushed to bite the octopus monster. 1 against 3. For the first time, Han Fei looked at a woman in a different light. If it was old Han, Han Fei didn't think he would do this because he could predict it in advance. If it was Ren Tianfin, that old guy was unscrupulous and could destroy a 1,000-star city by himself, not to mention twice. And this Shimin Linghan was the third peerless strong master that Han Fei had seen. It was even possible that it had something to do with him, which made him feel a little closer. Han Fei felt that he couldn't just ignore it, could he? Han Fei immediately said to him, via voice transmission, no matter what the situation is, don't easily abandon life and death. Only when you are alive will there be hope. Shimin Linghan's body trembled slightly, but he didn't look back. She stood proudly on the top of the floating stone mountain, her clothes and long hair fluttering in the wind. She stood tall and straight. It was not an exaggeration to call her valiant and heroic at all. In the sea there was a roar. In the sky there was a roar. Although the speed of the ship formation was fast, Where could it run in just 10 minutes? After 10 breaths, Shimin Linghan took a step forward, and his cold voice reverberated in the air. Someone once told me that one must embrace the light. Even if one is in darkness, one must become that ray of light for oneself. It was unknown who Shimin Linghan was directing these words at. Anyway, after saying that, she disappeared from the floating stone mountain in one step. Han Fei listened and felt very uncomfortable. Old Han, don't tell me you've abandoned her after using her. The point is, I don't have the ability to participate in a battle of this level. I can't help you save people. Han Fei fell silent, feeling uncomfortable. Not long after he felt uncomfortable, he heard a law enforcer shouting, "Everyone, surround the ship and prepare for battle. The city lord has done the best he can. We need to do the rest ourselves. We have to go back to the city of justice." Someone roared, "Go back to the city of justice." Someone shouted loudly, "As long as I don't die, I will definitely go back to the city of justice." The ship formation rushed all the way for more than 3,000 kilometers. The big fish tide broke out and countless sea creatures attacked the ship formation. At this time it was inevitable, since it was a trap set by others. How could there be no means? Han Fei and the others also joined the battle. However, the 5 of them did not separate because Chu Qingyan and the others might stop them at any time. During this period, there was a big turtle that wanted to fly out of the void. In the end, he was dragged back by an explorer who was covered in blood. After running for about 8,000 kilometers, there were less than 20 law enforcers left. The number of hidden fishers dropped from 2,000 to 1,300. The rest had all perished. Just when many people were excited that they could really escape this time, suddenly a big black ship suddenly collapsed. It turned out that the mermaids who had been trapped in the ship formation had broken the formation. The law enforcers shouted, "Keep running, leave it to us." At the same time, Chu Qingyan shouted, "Do it!" Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1105. Han Fei had been paying attention to Chu Qingyan. He even saw that more than 10 people from the big clans had died. However, Chu Qingyan had never taken action. It turned out that Chu Qingyan had been waiting for this moment. However, Fifth Glimmer said in surprise, "How could it be now?" Swish! Swish! Luo Xiaobai immediately controlled the vines and directly buckled Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, Fifth Glimmer, and Chao Qiao. Chu Qingyan had been holding back until now. That meant that she definitely had a way to attack them. However, this was obviously not a suitable place to attack. Once they attacked, weren't they afraid that these people would gang up on them? Not to mention that these prehistoric humans were not strong, but each of them was actually very extraordinary. Whether it was body refining or combat skills, they were all very strong. As the saying went, there were no weaklings on the battlefield. Luo Xiaobai didn't understand what Chu Qingyan meant. Chu Qingyan and more than 160 people suddenly took advantage of the situation to attack. Among them, Yang Nanchi blasted at Chao Qiao, and a woman in green rushed at Diwu Glimmer. But Han Fei was slightly puzzled. Why did Yang Nanchi's speed become so slow? Not only that, as soon as the 5th Glimmer shadowless arrow was shot out, a dragon roar suddenly sounded in the air, stabbing at the woman in green. Chu Qingyan's face changed drastically. "There's a traitor." Han Fei's first reaction was that Yang Nanchi betrayed them. Did he actually persuade this silly loli? Diwu Glimmer was also a little surprised. "Who is helping me?" When he said this, Chu Qingyan knew that he couldn't wait any longer and immediately took action. A ripple of white light suddenly spread in all directions. "Time, freeze!" Han Fei was shocked. F***CK. What kind of divine ability is this? This woman can freeze time? Zhang Xuanyu thought, F***CK. How is this possible? Luo Xiaobai quickly said, "Wait, no, time is frozen." "What are we talking about?" Han Fei was also stunned. Yes, he seemed to be able to move. Suddenly, Han Fei felt his blood freeze. F***CK, the Avenger is going to disappear. Everyone was horrified. In their vision, the fleet was still rushing forward. However, after rushing for a short distance, all the other big ships, including the Avenger, became weaker and weaker. Diwu Xiaoguang shouted, "Not good, the long legs have forcefully changed the timeline. Our timeline is different from the Avengers." Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. "Can you play like this?" Zhang Xuanyu yelled. "If it's that simple, why didn't this woman make a move earlier?" Chao Qiu said indifferently, "The Venerable is here." Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Right. No matter how powerful Chu Qingyan was, he was only a hidden fisher at this moment. If he made a move in front of a Venerable and an explorer, there was a high chance that he would be stopped. And when they were moving the mountain, everyone was too fast. She didn't have a chance. When Mountain Carrier returned to the ship array, the Venerable One was also watching this side. There was also a group of law enforcers beside him. The hidden fishers were all carrying Mountain Carrier, so they didn't have a chance to make a move. It was only at this moment that the experts were not present. The enforcer went to fight the merman. The people around her were all hidden fishers. No one could stop her at all. Han Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath. This woman was really tolerant. At this moment, their timeline was only slightly different from the normal timeline. It was also this slight difference. After all, the time was different. Now only they, Chu Qingyan, and the others were left here. However, there was also good news. The good news was that Yang Nanchi betrayed them. No, Yang Nanchi didn't completely betray them. She just slacked off. Han Fei knew this very well. She didn't want them to be separated, but she didn't want to fight with them. Maybe she just wanted to watch the fight from the sidelines. But this was an opportunity, and Han Fei certainly wouldn't give it up. Han Fei immediately said to her via voice transmission, "Yang Nanchi, I know it was you just now. It seems that you have listened to what I said before. Maybe I am a great enemy, but the Chu sect is even more so. If you don't want to fight, fine. I have a way. How many people from the Yang family are here?" Yang Nanchi responded very quickly, 13. Han Fei immediately said, "I will let Zhang Xuanyu escape, and the Yang family will chase after him. You don't have to fight, okay?" Yang Nanchi readily agreed. "Sure." Han Fei immediately said to Zhang Xuanyu via voice transmission, "You, on the opposite side, Yang Nanchi has betrayed us. I have already discussed it with her. Provoke them and take the Yang family away from the battlefield. Keep a distance. Once they really want to fight, come back immediately." Zhang Xuanyu was taken aback. When the F***CK did this happen? Yang Nanchi actually betrayed us? And she even said, "Pretend to fight?" However, since it was Han Fei who said this, Zhang Xuanyu immediately understood the importance of this matter. At present, he was not very good at group battles, and Yang Nanchi was really difficult to deal with. If he could take the Yang family away from the battlefield, the pressure on Han Fei's side would definitely be greatly reduced. After all, Yang Nanchi was also a top powerhouse who ranked 5th on the Heavenly Talent list. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, she would have to take one person on his side. Chu Qingyan sneered. "Han Fei, do you know that you have no way out?" Han Fei sneered. "Good, you even changed the timeline. I really didn't expect that the Chu sect had such means." As Han Fei spoke, he said to Yang Nanchi via voice transmission, "Provoke me." Yang Nanchi immediately raised her sledgehammer and shouted, "Han Fei, you can't escape this time. Weren't you very strong before? Aren't you very difficult to fight? Let's see how you can fight against more than 80 law enforcers here." Zhang Xuanyu took the opportunity to shout, "Hey, little short. In the ideal palace, they are all hidden fishers. Believe it or not, I can stab a bunch of them with one spear." Yang Nanchi immediately despised him. "You, I've never seen anyone as good at bragging as you." Zhang Xuanyu laughed. "I'm bragging? It's not that I'm bragging. Believe it or not, I can not only stab a bunch of you with one spear, but I can also skin you and take you home as a slave. Believe it or not." Ah, Yang Nanchi's face turned red with anger. "Say that again." Han Fei was speechless and thought to himself, I just asked you to provoke me. But I didn't ask you to take me home as a slave. Yang Nanchi's brain isn't very good. Perhaps she'll really be so angry that she'll smash you to death. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei, a little confused. Why did Zhang Xuanyu suddenly quarrel with Yang Nanchi? Chu Qingyan didn't panic. She knew what kind of person Yang Nanchi was. Let Zhang Xuanyu continue to provoke her. Besides, she didn't like Zhang Xuanyu and Diwu Haiguang very much. They were both very handsome, but one was more wretched than the other. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Yang Nanchi quietly and looked her up and down. "You look like a child. I'm not very interested in you. As for me, well, I still like the long-legged type. Ah, I'm going to kill you." Yang Nanchi carried the sledgehammer and rushed towards Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu immediately broke free from the vines and sneered. "You want to kill me? Do you think you can kill me with your small arms and legs?" Luo Xiaobai said to Han Fei via voice transmission. It's too obvious. If Luo Xiaobai still didn't understand at this time, she would be stupid. However, to everyone's surprise, Yang Nanchi shouted, "Yang family, follow me. I'm going to kill this guy." Chu Qingyan's face changed drastically. "Yang Nanchi, did your head get hit by an ironhead fish? Why are you chasing me now? Besides, if you want to beat Zhang Xuanyu, why do you need to bring the Yang family?" Before Chu Qingyan called Yang Nanchi back, Han Fei took the lead and launched the sacrificing punch at Chu Qingyan, not giving her a chance to speak. Luo Xiaobai seemed to understand something. Yang Nanchi did this on purpose, didn't she? Was she looking for a reason to leave? Luo Xiaobai immediately shouted and fell into the water. In the next moment, a large number of vines and seaweeds stretched out from the sea. And Luo Xiaobai had already used the hollow nether fish to hide her trace. Diwu Haiguang chuckled, holding a unique longbow in his hand, and drew the bow faster than ordinary people's punches. Shadowless sword currents spurted out, and it was hard to find them. Chao Chiu frowned slightly, waved his hands forward, clenched his fists, stepped out, and a god of war condensed. On the opposite side, Chu Qingyan probably knew that Yang Nanchi had really run away. However, she didn't think that Yang Nanchi would really betray them. With Yang Nanchi's intelligence, if she betrayed them, wouldn't she have been acting from the monster plant soul realm to now? If Yang Nanchi was a drama queen, she wouldn't be called Yang Nanchi. Chu Qingyan firmly believed that the traitor must still be in her group. However, the other party didn't jump out. At this moment, it was the time of the battle, so she had no time to look for him. Chu Qingyan shouted, "Qingyi Diwu Haiguang is yours. All hunters, surround and kill Luo Xiaobai." Diwu Haiguang sneered. "You want to stop me? Longlegs, I'm afraid you're dreaming, right?" Puff! As Diwu Haiguang spoke, someone was pierced by the shadowless sword currents. It was not that the person didn't notice it, but Diwu Haiguang's arrows were too fast. At the moment he sensed the crisis, he tried to resist, but it was too late. Chu Qingyan added, "Chu Hongjia, help Qingyi." Two people appeared in the crowd. One was a woman in green, holding a pair of daggers in her hands. In the blink of an eye, she slashed dozens of times in the air, knocking away dozens of shadowless arrows, expressionless. The other was an armorist with red hair and an arrogant face. As the corners of his mouth cracked, a red-armored centipede coiled around his body. In the box, 8 scarlet tokens floated in the air and circled around his body. Diwu Haiguang's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Hongjia, once ranked 7th on the heavenly talent list. Not bad. Plus Li Qingyi, he's barely qualified to fight me. And me. Another woman walked out, white silk entwined in her hands, and 7 swords floated behind her. If one looked closely, they would find that the white silk did not control the swords with spiritual energy. Diwu Haiguang glanced at Han Fei. It turns out that the 7th swordsman of the Jade Fairy Palace is from your Chu family. Han Fei, it's up to you. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You only took 3? Diwu Haiguang said with a black face. 3 are enough? 1 more, and I'll have to run. Han Fei, 3rd. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1106. Han Fei felt that he was too careless this time. When Han Fei learned that Chu Qingyan was going to take action, he didn't expect that Chu Qingyan would use this method to drag them into an independent battlefield. Otherwise, he would have left Luo Xiaobai and the others. At this moment, dozens of hunters were eyeing Luo Xiaobai at the bottom of the sea. Diwu Haiguang, who was originally thought to be very powerful, was unexpectedly stopped by 3 powerhouses who were once on the Heaven's chosen list. Fortunately, Yang Nanchi wasn't too smart and was tricked away by him. Otherwise, there would be another big problem right now. Now Han Fei was most worried about Luo Xiaobai. If she was the law enforcer, Han Fei would feel a little relieved. After all, the higher the level, the stronger the manipulator and the spirit gatherer would be. However, in this ideal palace, even if Luo Xiaobai wanted to enforce the law, she couldn't do so at all. Han Fei was a bit annoyed. Old Bai clearly said that it was best to enforce the law in the 3 holy lands. Could it be that he wanted them to go to the God's Memorial Tower to enforce the law? At this moment, the 5th Glimmer said to the others via voice transmission, 3 minutes, I'll come back. Chao Chiu looked down at the sea and said stiffly, You go, or should I go? Chao Chiu meant to help Luo Xiaobai. Although the bloodline of the god of war had been awakened, Chao Chiu shouldn't have completely become indifferent, so he asked such a question. Han Fei smiled and said, You go. Without saying a word, Chao Chiu landed on the sea, and Han Fei was facing more than 100 people alone. Who knew if there were any hidden experts among them? For example, Yang Nanchi's previous ambush. For experts, the number of people wasn't the key. The key was to see what kind of opponent he would encounter. Chu Qingyan said indifferently, Do you know why I'm not in a hurry to act? Han Fei tilted his head and waited for Chu Qingyan to continue. She strode forward gracefully and said, Because my target has always been you. As for the others, they were just passing by. Han Fei sneered, Do you think you can kill me with so many people? Now Han Fei was really not afraid of the crowd tactic, because he had enough confidence and strength. Chu Qingyan said calmly, I know that your physique is very strong. However, experts are usually very conceited. It's as if you really think I'm just chatting with you. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he found that the hunters who were originally targeting Luo Xiaobai appeared in all directions. When those hunters appeared, a weapon that Han Fei was very familiar with appeared, the spirit forbidden net. Chu Qingyan smiled. Do you really think the ideal palace doesn't need spiritual energy? No, it's all the same. It's just that, as outsiders, we can control the spiritual qi at will. Han Fei's face changed slightly. On the sea, Luo Xiaobai appeared, vines growing wildly, and she cast the grand spirit summoning art, trying to tear the spirit forbidden net. However, the next moment, dozens of manipulators attacked at the same time. The surface of the sea suddenly became a sea of spirit plants. It was true that Luo Xiaobai was strong, but it was impossible for her to defeat a large number of manipulators of the same level at once. On Chao Chiu's side, it was even simpler. With the great strength dragon fist, he was surrounded by more than 30 armorists, and layers of shields covered the sky. Among them, there was also an armorist who summoned a thick-armored conch. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. Even so, Chu Qingyan still had close to 80 people with him. Facing Han Fei, she thought she was very confident. Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water turned into thousands of knife streams that swept across the spirit-forbidden net and exploded. Bam! 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 After countless explosions, to Han Fei's surprise, these spirit-forbidden nets turned out to be nothingness and couldn't be blown up at all. Chu Qingyan smiled contemptuously. Why do you think I let you pass through the immortal soul realm, the blue sea soul realm, and the prehistoric soul realm? Do you really think we dare not set foot in those soul realms? In fact, this is not the spirit-forbidden net, but a soul lock, a thing that has never appeared in this era. Han Fei was shocked. Wait, this thing is a soul lock? This was not the first time he had heard this name. As early as when he was in the level 3 fishery, the divine seaweed octopus he encountered could use a soul lock. At that time, he was also locked by a soul lock. In the end, the soul lock was forcibly absorbed through the demon purification pot. Han Fei remained calm, and the void lines turned into 100 strands, directly buckling the soul lock in all directions like the spirit-forbidden net. When the void lines buckled, Han Fei immediately felt something. Name Soul Forbidden Lock Introduction, a strange soul lock made of the power of the soul. Different from ordinary soul locks, the Soul Forbidden Lock can only be refined by the soul. Once locked by the Soul Forbidden Lock, the soul will be enslaved, and the soul will be seriously injured, losing all its combat power. Level Rare contained soul power greater than 18,886 points, absorbable. Remarks, its effect on law enforcers is halved and is basically ineffective on explorers. Absorb. Han Fei sighed secretly. This Chu Qingyan really didn't come with good intentions. At least he would never have thought of this trick. More than a dozen armorists were blasted away, and a big turtle was torn apart by Chao Chiu with his hands. The wind was full of bubbles, spat out by the poisonous bubble fish. However, an armorist summoned a 3-headed giant python, and a wall of shields was set up in front of him. They didn't want to kill Chao Chiu, they just needed to block him. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white. A Buddha's hand appeared in the air, and the blue cannibal flower was blooming. Within the range of her, a kilometer was covered with invisible silk nets. Wherever it passed, spiritual plants collapsed. However, there were too many manipulators, and the sea had already been paved like a sea-born grassland. The sky was full of flying flowers, leaves, sword grasses, and green radishes, blocking Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei was frantically absorbing the power of the soul lock. At the same time on the void lines, Han Fei split his soul and simulated the soul lock. Chu Qingyan chuckled. Han Fei, you can't escape even if you have wings. With that, Chu Qingyan looked at the soul warriors behind him. Battle bow technique, kill them. Swish, swish. A large number of soul warriors shot arrows with bows and seemed to be doing their best. Han Fei stepped on the ground, and the turtle plate array appeared. Holding the embroidery needle in his hand, Han Fei shot out in the midst of the hundreds of terrifying arrows. Bam! 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 Explosions sounded one after another. In less than 10 minutes, the Soul Forbidden Lock had already entangled Han Fei. Han Fei seemed to have run out of spiritual energy, and he could only barely fly in the air with the phantom glass wings. Because of his strong physique, even though he was entangled by the soul lock, his power was still extremely terrifying. However, his reaction speed was not fast enough, and he was blasted flying in the sky. On the surface of Han Fei's body, cracks appeared one after another, which was quite a ghastly sight. However, Han Fei shouted, "Ha ha ha, is this the so-called law enforcer? Is that all you've got? You can't even break my body. How dare you try to kill me?" Chu Qingyan sneered. "Activate all the secret methods." Hum, 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 including Chu Qingyan himself. All the secret methods had been activated. Dozens of people, some holding spears, some holding knives, and some drawing swords, filled the sky with lights and shadows. Chu Qingyan pointed at Han Fei. "Wither." However, when Chu Qingyan shouted, the ring on Han Fei's hand began to light up. Han Fei sneered. "Wither, you ironhead fish? This trick doesn't work on me. Chu Qingyan stared at the ring on Han Fei's hand and clawed at Han Fei with a single hand. Deprive. Han Fei felt that his vitality was slowly fading. His speed was not fast because his physique and blood were too strong. When Chu Qingyan was about to approach, he heard a shout from the sea, and Luo Xiaobai suddenly appeared on a blue flower in midair. The 3 armorists behind her were directly cut into pieces. Han Fei said, "I'm fine." Luo Xiaobai didn't believe that Han Fei was really fine. She said coldly, "Blue, soul devourer." Hoop! Huge blue flowers bloomed one after another. On the sea and in midair, the souls of dozens of people were attracted at the same time. In the void, there were blue roots like spiritual veins and weird ice threads, clawing at all those who stood in her way. However, even though Luo Xiaobai tried her best, she was still a beat too late. She was not the only one who could control them. There are dozens of manipulators here, and some of them even summoned a weird, big flower similar to the heavenly red hibiscus, whose pollen was sprinkling all over the sky. Han Fei was about to be besieged, which would happen in a second. But when Chu Qingyan was only tens of meters away from Han Fei, she saw the corners of Han Fei's mouth slightly raised, and a bad feeling suddenly came to her. Not good, retreat. Han Fei's momentum suddenly soared. He activated the devil change and the yin-yang divine eyes, and the void lines turned into hundreds of long threads, clawing dozens of people in an instant. However, to Han Fei's surprise, half of the people here could resist the void lines, but it didn't matter. Han Fei gave up on those people and disappeared in the air with a swish. This time, he forcibly clawed all the people he could. Even if he had to hurt himself, he had to kill a group of people first. Puff, puff, swish. Knife light pierced through their bodies, and in an instant, 12 people were killed by Han Fei. Unfortunately, Han Fei couldn't keep up with the others. No matter how strong the void lines were, they couldn't control too many people at once. It was already very difficult to control 6 people at the same time before. This time he killed 12 people in the blink of an eye at the risk of his soul being devoured. How is it possible? Chu Qingyan was astonished. Han Fei actually escaped from the soul forbidden lock? Fight! Almost at the moment when Han Fei appeared, he was drowned by various attacks within a kilometer. Chapter 1107. On the sea, the battle was fierce. Luo Xiaobai was forced down. Chao Qiu was trapped. He had the bloodline of the god of war, but he was blocked by a group of armorists. Even with the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei couldn't do anything to the enemy, and none of them were weak. The invincible was full of cracks under the bombardment. Law of gravity. Lightning blade. Sacrificing punch. Draw the sword. Monkey King 3,000 strikes. In less than 2 minutes, Han Fei was already dripping with blood. In just 2 minutes, he had killed more than 20 people. However, Han Fei's defense was finally broken. Someone pierced him with a weird bone weapon. A small hole was poked out of Han Fei's chest. A manipulator had the parasitic ability, which limited Han Fei's speed. Someone had the method of blood control, which made Han Fei's blood run wild. Many people launched soul attacks, which directly blasted Han Fei away. F***CK. Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. He saw that Chu Qingyan didn't take any action, but just stood behind the crowd and watched quietly, as if looking for an opportunity. Han Fei felt that his back was pierced by someone. It was a translucent bone knife. And Han Fei's void lines couldn't control this person at all, because the other party had the method of soul protection. Puff! However, Han Fei didn't have no other way except for the void lines. Little Fatty's tentacles stretched out from the void, triggering the blood in this person's body. So, the tentacle directly sucked his body, sucking his essence blood. Han Fei punched through his chest with a backhand and tore this person apart with his hands. However, just after killing this person, Han Fei's head seemed to be hammered by someone, and someone used soul explosion and soul piercing. In the chaos, a hunter turned into purple sand, wrapped around Han Fei, and a double blade stabbed at Han Fei's neck. On the other side, someone used soul explosion again. However, this was not the point. Han Fei suddenly found that Chu Qingyan had disappeared. At that moment, a sense of crisis that he had never felt before suddenly emerged in Han Fei's heart. Han Fei knew that Chu Qingyan had found an opportunity. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. Han Fei didn't dare to hesitate. Even if he were to lose consciousness, he would not allow Chu Qingyan to succeed. There had to be a reason why this woman hadn't made a move. She was looking for an opportunity. Almost at the moment when Han Fei cast it, the purple sand was instantly crushed. But at the same time, a red light pierced the supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. In the void, the fifth glimmer shouted, "Save him! It's the god slaughtering all. It can destroy the divine soul." Kacha! Just as Diwu Haiguang finished shouting, Chu Qingyan's expression changed drastically. Dao Aura. The god slaying all cracked. That was Chu Qingyan's strongest trump card. She had thought that she would never be able to use it. Previously, she thought that the soul lock could trap Han Fei. At that time, there were plenty of ways to pierce through his physique. However, the soul imprisonment lock had been broken, and Chu Qingyan knew that Han Fei's divine soul was powerful, so she had to wait for an opportunity to kill him. But she didn't expect Han Fei to be so fast. In an instant, he disappeared and turned into a yin-yang diagram. At this moment, Chu Qingyan's expression was extremely ugly. She immediately thought of Shiman Lingen's yin-yang wheel. Could it be that Han Fei learned this technique from Shiman Linghan after seeing it once? Chu Qingyan didn't expect this at all, whether it was Yang Nanshi or that person from the Yi family. In fact, they had never told him about the yin-yang wheel. Han Fei's words were actually not bad. Even Yang Nanshi was shaken. In order to weaken the Chu sect's power, it was natural for the Yi family to leave some tricks up their sleeves. The god slaughtering all was also the only soul-slaying secret treasure dug out from the prehistoric soul realm. However, at this moment, it directly shattered. However, the god slaughtering all was not completely useless. The moment the god slaughtering all shattered, the supreme yin-yang wheel suddenly weakened, and a crack appeared on it. Puff! 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 100 kilometers away, Zhang Xuanyu and Yang Nanshi had just walked around and saw this scene from afar. Zhang Xuanyu was furious. Yang Nanshi, I don't have time to play with you. The big clans are not united to begin with. Once the Thug Academy dies, you will fight to the death. I don't care where you go. I'm going back to join the battle. Zhang Xuanyu rushed back frantically. Yang Nanshi stood in midair and raised her hand. Wait. A member of the Yang family wondered, Miss, are we going to leave the battlefield just like this? I'm afraid Chu Qingyan will definitely get even with us after this. Yang Nanshi put one hand on her hip and carried a hammer in the other. Who cares? Anyway, no one will remember what happened here after we leave the ideal palace. Han Fei and the others are really powerful. It hasn't been long, but more than 50 people have died. Wait a little longer, another 30 people die. When they are about to decide the winner, we will take action. Whoever is stronger will be the winner. This is called the way of balance. Suddenly, the group of people behind Yang Nanshi rolled their eyes. Do you know what the way of balance is? When the time comes, you will have to kill one side. However, Yang Nanshi was still very proud at this moment, feeling that she had made the smartest decision in her life. At the moment Han Fei turned into the supreme yin-yang wheel, whether it was Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, or even Chao Qiu, they all knew that Han Fei's crisis had come. Especially Luo Xiaobai and Chao Qiu, who were the closest to him, knew that something was wrong. Luo Xiaobai didn't know what the cracks on the supreme yin-yang wheel meant. However, Han Fei was definitely seriously injured. Chao Qiu's pupils shrank. He had seen the power of the supreme yin-yang wheel with his own eyes. The battle in the sea-quelling painting was still fresh in his memory. At that time, his war god body was torn apart, but the supreme Yin-Yang wheel was not damaged at all. But at this moment, cracks appeared on the supreme Yin-Yang wheel. What did this mean? It was self-evident. Although wherever Han Fei went, anyone who blocked his way would die. However, the brilliance of the supreme Yin-Yang wheel was far less intense than when it first came out. In a similar timeline, Shimin Linghan, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, suddenly shuddered. His gaze pierced through the void, and it was as if he had seen something inconceivable in the shadow of time. It's him. When the supreme Yin-Yang wheel quickly killed more than a dozen people, it suddenly began to jump around uncontrollably. That weird Taoist aura began to flicker and flicker nonstop. His flight path had also become chaotic, like a headless fly that had begun to run around randomly. At that moment, Luo Xiaobai and the others all knew that Han Fei was really in trouble this time. Bam! 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 At that moment, thousands of blue cannibal flowers suddenly exploded. An endless, colorful glow enveloped the world. On the entire sea, all the spiritual plants were rioting. No matter who summoned them, at that moment, none of them were under their control. Luo Xiaobai was half floating in the air, and a seed condensed between her eyebrows. In the next second, the seed began to grow wildly, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Xiaobai was wrapped in it. Chu Qingyan's eyes flickered, and he shouted in a low voice, "Ignore her. Han Fei is seriously injured. Let's work together to kill him." However, as soon as Chu Qingyan shouted, the manipulators who had been besieging Luo Xiaobai were about to leave and give up on Luo Xiaobai. But the next moment, they found that they couldn't fly. Tendrils wrapped around them from the void of space. All the spiritual plants within a radius of 5,000 meters began to wither and wither. And where Luo Xiaobai was, a huge blue flower bud was growing. In just a few seconds, this flower had grown to 100 meters in size, and it was still growing. Immediately, someone shouted, "Not good! This is the Luo family's divine technique." At that moment, everyone, including Chu Qingyan, was horrified. The Luo family's divine technique was a weird power that had not appeared in 300 years. The Luo family's divine technique was also known as the manipulator's forbidden technique, which was also the origin of the name divine manipulator. No one had mentioned this name because basically no one had reached this level. The Luo family's divine technique could be regarded as a kind of evolutionary technique. Once a member of the Luo family mastered this technique, as long as he didn't die, he could control the divine manipulator family for thousands of years. No one in the same profession could defeat a master of the divine technique. It was said that the master of this technique could control all living beings and was the master of killing spiritual plants. The blue cannibal flower grew too fast. In an instant, it grew to more than 300 meters in size. An armorist tried to save people, and a torrent of knives and swords slashed at the blue cannibal flower. However, plant roots seemed to grow out of the void, densely packed, and in the blink of an eye, all the knives and swords were controlled. A manipulator roared, "Not good, my vitality is fading." Someone shouted, "Weapon self-destruct." When this person shouted this, a large area of seaweed spread in the void. The power of the explosion only forced the seaweed back a few hundred meters, and it was replenished by the following seaweed. In the eyes of Chu Qingyan and the others, the manipulators who were controlled were wrinkling, their hair was withering, and their flesh and blood were drying up. Chu Qingyan cast the secret technique of time, but when the endless seaweed surged over, the secret technique of time was swallowed. Chu Qingyan gritted his teeth. "Hurry up and kill Han Fei." Swish, swish, swish. Shadowless arrow torrent suddenly erupted. Diwu Haiguang, who had been pulled away earlier, rushed over from a distance with a gloomy face, followed by two people. The woman named Cyan didn't follow him, but the other two were not dead yet. Obviously, Diwu Haiguang knew that Han Fei couldn't wait for 5 minutes. Looking at his state, he seemed to be drunk. Oh. Chao Chiu punched through dozens of tortoiseshell giant shields and crushed an armorist with his big hand. The giant behind him, like a god, punched through the void and blasted at Chu Qingyan. The latter snorted coldly. Today no one can save him. Chu Qingyan twisted his palm, and Chao Chiu's huge fist shadow gradually faded and was corroded by time. On the sea, as many as 20 manipulators had been turned into dried corpses, their vitality completely extracted, and they had died. Clatter! The huge petals were in full bloom, extremely gorgeous, and a dense blue mist of light illuminated the void. Luo Xiaobai closed her eyes, crossed her arms on her chest, and slowly opened her eyes. Today you all have to die. Chapter 1108. No one had expected Luo Xiaobai's strong rise. Chu Qingyan also admitted that Luo Xiaobai was not weak. However, that was only because their overall strength wasn't weak. Their ability to escape was strong, but their attacking methods were relatively lacking. Therefore, in Chu Qingyan's impression, when Luo Xiaobai faced a real expert, she could defend herself. However, Luo Xiaobai wasn't strong enough to kill him. But at this moment, as soon as the Luo family's divine technique was activated, Luo Xiaobai's danger level skyrocketed. Its threat was almost comparable to Han Fei's. After all, the entire divine manipulator clan relied on the Luo family's divine technique to stand above the other aristocratic families in the Thousand-Star City. Not only that, Chu Qingyan clearly noticed that the seed between Luo Xiaobai's eyebrows seemed extraordinary. If she was not wrong, it could be an ancient seed. What level? She didn't know. However, the divine technique of the Luo family that could activate Luo Xiaobai must be extraordinary. Luo Xiaobai raised her head, and flowers bloomed along the way. With a step, Luo Xiaobai had already appeared 1,000 meters away, standing on a blue flower, followed by plants, and in the void, roots extended. Chu Qingyan wielded his long sword as his figure flashed across the sky. This was the unique ability of the contractual spiritual beast, the butterfly starworm. Its speed was not slower than anyone else. Shadowless life, devouring sword. In fact, at this moment, Han Fei was bombarded by countless people. There were punches, piercing arrows, slaps, and the torrents of sabers and swords of many armorists. However, these attacks were all shattered by the Sun-Yin-Yang diagram. Not a single one of them was able to harm him. Pu. It was rare for Diwu Haiguang to put away that cynical attitude. At this moment, he stepped on the water and used the waves as a bow to shoot himself out. A big white fish, glowing with light, swam across the sky. It was his spiritual beast, the holy light fish. Descent of the holy light. In the sky, a beam of light shot straight at Han Fei. Because it was light, even the supreme yin-yang wheel could not avoid it. Moreover, the supreme yin-yang will didn't hide. When the holy light shone on it, the cracks on the supreme yin-yang will actually healed quite a bit. First, Tao Divine Curse. Not far from Diwu Glimmer, a large number of incantations appeared. The incantations turned into armor. Diwu Haiguang let go, and the arrows shot out like a stream. In the blink of an eye, there were 13 arrows that followed one another, and they broke through the surface with a single point, directly shattering this strange cursed armor. Unfortunately, the 5th glimmer had just broken through the armor. 7 swords merged into one, bringing with them an unparalleled sword wave as they pierced forward. 7th swordsman, I'll remember you. Diwu Glimmer looked back dreamily. You can't go through today. Zhang Xuanyu arrived and shouted, Fei Fei! Son of a bitch! Chu clan's little bitch. Do you really think that I, Uncle You, am a nobody? Zhang Xuanyu turned around and swung his spear. He shouted, Knock on the heavenly gate! This was the only spear technique that Zhang Xuanyu had comprehended in the prehistoric soul realm. Mortals could also open the gate of heaven. He couldn't open the gate of heaven, But what harm was there in knocking on it? Clang! Chu Qingyan's life-devouring sword landed on the supreme yin-yang wheel while his other hand twisted. Time changed. The power of Zhang Xuanyu's spear actually distorted the void and hit the supreme yin-yang wheel. Damn you! Zhang Xuanyu roared and quickly put away his gun. However, the law of time had been changed, and he couldn't take back that spear. At the same time, Chu Qingyan vomited a mouthful of blood, which fell on the supreme yin-yang wheel. Time annihilation. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Chu Qingyan intended to kill Han Fei by shattering time. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Luo Xiaobai was chasing and was more than 3,000 meters away from Chu Qingyan. It seemed very close and would arrive in the blink of an eye, but she couldn't go any faster. Diwu Glimmer was blocked and could only cast the Holy Light technique to heal Han Fei. Chao Qiu's punch had just been shattered by Chu Qingyan. Zhang Xuanyu's spear from a long distance not only failed to stab Chu Qingyan, but also fell on Han Fei with a method of reversing time. And at the same time, many people launched soul attacks. For Han Fei now, he was deeply surrounded. Chu Qingyan's eyes glowed brightly. That mouthful of blood of his broke through that trace of Dao runes and landed on the yin-yang diagram. In just 2 seconds, Han Fei will die. Chu Qingyan was going crazy at this moment. He was about to make a great contribution. And this powerhouse, who was very likely to become a king, was about to die in his hands. The space began to distort. Although the supreme yin-yang wheel was resisting, it began to gradually distort as if it would be annihilated at any time. However, at this critical moment, a big void hand suddenly stretched out from the void. Every time that big hand stretched out, flesh and blood were peeled off, and in the blink of an eye, only white bones were left. Besides, cracks also appeared on the white bones as if they would collapse at any time. After all, Shimen Linghan was only at the peak level of the Venerable Realm. Logically speaking, she couldn't cross the river of time at all. However, these two rays of time were really too close to each other, so close that Shimen Linghan could sense them. Chu Qingyan was shocked. Impossible. Who can cross the barrier of time? The big hand grabbed the supreme yin-yang wheel and forcibly pulled it into the unknown. Just like that, it disappeared. In the normal timeline, Lu Ringquang, Li Luo, Chao Tian, Chao Jiaran, and Luo Jiutian were chasing at full speed into the deep sea. On the way, they passed by the wreckage of the big ship. Lu Ringquang roared, "Quick, quick, full speed. They must be in danger." Chao Jiaran shouted coldly, "Calm down. We're already at our maximum speed." Chao Tian's eyes turned cold. "Qiu, if anything happens, everyone will die." Suddenly, they saw a huge hand stretching out from the void above the sky and into the void. It was very fast, and it only took less than a second. When the big hand came out, there was no blood or flesh on it, only white bones that were full of cracks and seemed like they could shatter at any time. Chao Jiaran's pupils constricted. Venerable? Who can injure a venerable in such a short time? Luo Jiutian exclaimed, "Impossible. There's no such scene in the story of the City of Justice." Everyone looked at Luo Jiutian. "What the F***CK are you talking about? We all saw this scene, and you're saying that there's no such scene?" Luo Jiutian didn't understand what was going on, but his expression was extremely ugly. Something's wrong. Shimen Linghan should have been attacked by the 3 venerables at this moment, and is about to die. It's impossible for him to take action at this time. If it's not Shimen Linghan, whose hand is this? There's definitely no such scene in the history of the City of Justice. Li Luo asked, "Did you miss it? After all, ordinary people can't watch a battle between venerables." Luo Jiutian said, "That's impossible. This is not a history that I know alone. This is a history that all the big clans know." Chao Jiaran concluded, "It means that something special happened over there." Lu Ringquang said, "Stop it. Who can help me? Hurry up." Han Fei didn't know where he was, but he felt a splitting headache. A large number of fragmented pictures emerged in his mind, as if there was a crimson thorn piercing his brain. The moment the red light pierced his brain, the demon purification pot spun crazily. The blue light barrier, like a thick barrier, forcibly blocked the red light and gradually crushed it. However, the moment the red light entered his body, Han Fei's soul suddenly became chaotic. All of a sudden, countless messy things flashed. Han Fei struggled and slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Who am I? Han Fei covered his head, only feeling that his mind was too chaotic. All kinds of pictures appeared, and a large number of fragments made his brain chaotic. It's really you. I knew you would come back eventually. Suddenly, Han Fei suddenly raised his head and saw a valiant woman in front of him. At this moment, she was staring at him. Who else could it be but Shimin Linghan? Han Fei trembled all over and said in shock, F****Sike. Who are you? Where did you come from? Shimin Linghan's eyes were sad. I see. It turns out that this time your memory was scattered. Alas, is this God's will? Han Fei quickly got up. No, girl, what are you talking about? Shimin Linghan said, I am a venerable. Although I still can't discover the mystery of this world, I always feel that something is wrong. However, I still feel that something is wrong. This world is not right. Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. What the hell is a venerable? I'm a king. F***CK. Han Fei looked down and found that he was standing on the sea. He immediately raised his feet. F***CI. I'm standing on the sea? I didn't fall down. Shimin Linghan was a little speechless when he saw Han Fei's surprised look. You didn't talk so much before. Han Fei lay on the sea and looked around curiously, saying casually, Before? I used to be a fisherman. Where's my boat? Where's my boat? Hey, no, who am I? Shimin Linghan looked at Han Fei and pointed his finger. Han Fei couldn't speak, and his mouth was sealed. Shimin Linghan said, It's better to be quiet. It's just that my memory is messed up. I just need to put it back together. What I don't understand is what I should do now. What I don't understand is why you appeared so late. What I don't understand is, are you really you? Han Fei felt that he must be dreaming. His mouth couldn't even speak. And this woman, where did she come from? She was so mysterious. Yes, I must be dreaming. How can a person stand on the sea? This woman seems to be a mature woman. Anyway, I'm dreaming. Can I flirt with her? With this in mind, Han Fei immediately swaggered up to the woman and looked her in the eyes. Shimin Linghan. Bo. Han Fei suddenly kissed her, and Shimin Linghan's eyes widened. He thought to himself, this guy, how dare he? It's quite real. I'm really lucky. Let me lick her again. Chapter 1109. Shimin Linghan sent Han Fei flying with a kick, and Han Fei rolled a few dozen times on the surface of the sea before slowly coming to a stop. Han Fei was speechless. F***CK, is this woman so violent? The beauty in my dream is even more awesome than me? Wait, why does it hurt? Can you feel pain in your dream? Shimin Linghan frowned slightly. Why have you become so shameless now? Why were you so timid before? Han Fei thought to himself, before? I've never dreamt of you before either. If I had dreamed of you, I would have F***ed you. Han Fei was about to go up and teach the woman in his dream a lesson. However, he suddenly found that his body couldn't move. F***CK, don't. Could it be that when he was sleeping, he knocked his leg and made it numb? F***CK, at this critical moment, the beauty is right in front of me, and my legs are numb. That's outrageous. However, on second thought, it did make sense. It seemed that nothing worked in a dream. Forget it. When I wake up, I'll find a tavern to have a drink and play with a girl. However, Han Fei found that he couldn't wake up, and the girl was still there. Yet, He heard Shimin Linghan say, "The moment I saved you, my original body had already collapsed. Unfortunately, the city of justice is hopeless. However, when I saw you, the feeling in my heart became stronger. This world may be fake." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Of course, my dream is not real." Shimin Linghan heaved a long sigh. "If not, I wouldn't have met you today. I always thought you were dead." Han Fei wanted to say, "You're dead. I just had a dream." Shimin Linghan pointed to a stone tablet not far away and said, "I found this place a long time ago. I tried countless times to go in and have a look, but I couldn't get in. This time, when I saw you again, I was sure that this world was fake. It turns out that I've been trapped in a trap. Maybe I'm also dead." Han Fei followed Shimin Linghan's gaze and looked over. He discovered that there really was a stone tablet standing not too far away, standing quietly on the surface of the sea. More importantly, Han Fei saw a lot of names on the stone tablet. The first one was Han Fei. Han Fei, damn. Isn't my name Han Fei? Han Fei was shocked. Yes, his name is Han Fei. That's right. It was indeed a dream. I was wondering why I couldn't remember my name just now. This stone tablet. Why does it look so familiar? Immortal Li? Tang Yen, why does it sound so familiar? Han Fei saw the girl walking towards him step by step, but he couldn't move, so he couldn't do anything. Shimin Linghan hugged Han Fei lightly, looking very tired. Han Fei blushed. In my own dream, I was actually seduced by the woman in my dream. Why do I look a little excited? Yet, he heard Shimin Linghan say, "The Beast King said that you will not return again, and said that you have crossed the river of time and returned to the place where you should go. But even if you wanted to come back, why did you have to wait until I was about to die? How could you be so heartless?" As he spoke, Han Fei felt that cold liquid slid down his neck. For some reason, Han Fei suddenly felt a little sad. He thought to himself, "Although I don't know why such a beautiful girl appeared in my dream, but there must be a story behind it, right? Did I provoke her in my previous life?" Ba. Han Fei abandoned the distracting thoughts. Being hugged and unable to move, he could only look at the stone tablet. For some reason, the more Han Fei looked at it, the more familiar he felt that the stone tablet was, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Han Fei tried to recall where he had seen this kind of stone tablet before. But when he thought about it, he felt that his head was about to explode. The woman was still hugging him and speaking in his ear. "Although you came back very late, it's enough. It's good that you're back. At least, you let me know whether this world is real or fake. I can finally rest. Maybe I'll rest for a long, long time. But you seem to be alive. Damn it, I'm dead. Why are you still alive, you fool?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. What the hell is she talking about? What's real and fake? You're dead, and I'm alive? I'm just a virtual character, okay? He was almost moved by her sad play. After a long, long time, Han Fei felt that the woman let go of him and then looked at him solemnly. "I can't hold on any longer. You're like a traveler in time and space. You didn't come earlier or later, but at this time, I don't know how to save you. This is the only place I can think of. Although there is another stone tablet at the end of this sea, my heart palpitates too much. However, that place makes my heart palpitate, so I can only bring you here. Maybe you can leave from here. If you can't, it's good to die together." When the woman finished speaking, Han Fei suddenly found that he could move. Han Fei thought to himself, "Okay, you've been hugging me for a long time. Damn it, I have to hug you back." However, before Han Fei took action, he appeared next to the stone tablet in the next second. *CK. I can teleport? Behind the stone tablet was a vortex in the sea. Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm familiar with this, but why is there no suction?" Shimin Linghan's face was still cold. Looking at Han Fei's silly look, he chuckled. "That's more like you. You look like a fool." Han Fei was furious. You're a fool. Your whole family is a fool. But Han Fei found that the woman stretched her head over, and then he felt a coldness on his mouth. *CK, I'm being harassed again? Hey, this feels so good. If only I can have this dream every day. Han Fei was still immersed in the feeling when he felt that the woman had finished kissing him. He quickly said, Hey, beauty, what's your name? Next time, I'll call you in my dream. Shimin Linghan sneered and said in a low voice, Fool. Han Fei was furious. Hey, woman, don't call me a fool, okay? In any case, this is my dream. Can't you at least give me some face? You've done everything. What do you want me to do? Shimin Linghan suddenly took out a golden page and stuffed it into Han Fei's arms. I got this by accident and haven't understood it. I'm going to die. This is for you. Shimin Linghan chuckled and said, It's me. My name is Shimin Linglan. Remember, there was a woman in this world who waited for you for a long, long time. With that, Shimin Linghan gently pushed Han Fei's body into the vortex. Han Fei wanted to look back, but found that he couldn't. The woman behind him said, Don't look back. I don't want you to see me when I die. At that moment, Han Fei was overwhelmed by sadness as if he had lost something very important. But before he had time to think, he was sucked into the vortex and really couldn't look back again. Luo Xiaobai went crazy. The void tendrils pierced through one person after another until Chu Qingyan was forced to flee. Nearly 160 people entered the timeline. Han Fei killed a batch, Chao Qiu killed a batch, and now it was Luo Xiaobai's turn. Less than 50 people were still alive. Of course, this was excluding Yang Nanqi's group. At this moment, Yang Nanqi looked at the battlefield in the distance with a dumbfounded expression. Miss, is Han Fei dead? Yang Nanqi immediately said angrily, Are you blind? Is he dead? It's obvious that he was rescued by someone. Cough. Miss, what should we do now? Yang Nanqi had thought that this was an opportunity. She had even been proud of her decision. But who would have thought that Han Fei would be rescued? She actually wanted to save Han Fei just now. However, when she saw Luo Xiaobai explode, she held back. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai went on a killing spree. As soon as the Luo family used their divine skill, she didn't dare to go. After a long silence, Yang Nanqi suddenly said, No, we have to kill one of them. Han Fei has been rescued. Then kill Chu Qingyan. Huh. The Yang family's subordinates were dumbfounded. What's going on? Yang Nanqi said, We have to destroy either the Thug Academy or the Chu sect. Han Fei has run away. Who else should we kill if not Chu Qingyan? She has the potential to become a king. In the future, she will definitely be my competitor. The subordinates looked at each other. How do you know that Chu Qingyan has the potential to become a king? And how do you know that you have the potential to become a king? But Yang Nanqi didn't care and rushed out with the sledgehammer. But before she rushed over a kilometer, the sea surged and the void shook. Everyone involuntarily flew up into the sky, including Luo Xiaobai and the others. In the normal timeline, Lu Renquang and the others were still sprinting. However, as they rushed, they suddenly found that they couldn't run anymore, and their bodies were involuntarily pulled by a suction force and flew into the sky. Rumble! There seemed to be muffled thunder in the sky, and the whole sky was shaking. Everyone realized that something was wrong. There was something wrong with this space. Outside the Fifth Soul Sea. Outside the Fifth Soul Sea. Han Fei's name directly appeared on the top of the list. Someone exclaimed, Son of AB *T, seriously? He has never been on the list to the first place. What did Han Fei do? Someone was dumbfounded. This is possible. Someone took a deep breath and exclaimed, Look, the Fifth Soul Realm is closing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many figures flew out from the entrance. This was something that had never happened before. Swish, swish, swish. Endless vines spread out, and Luo Xiaobai's cold voice echoed, You will all die. Well then, In the corner of a small village, in front of a dilapidated house, there were 2 peach trees. At this moment, a 7 or 8-year-old child was squatting under the peach blossom tree. His face was dirty, and he was holding a small branch in his hand. He was poking ants with an extremely serious and focused expression. From time to time, the child would wipe his snot with his sleeve. At this time, a group of children whizzed past and stopped when they passed by the peach tree. Idiot, idiot, a noble daughter of Shimin clan was kicked out. We are going to peep at her bathing. The young man who was poking the ants tilted his head. I'm at war. A child rushed up and flattened the ant nest. Idiot, if you succeed this time, I will teach you combat skills. The child's eyes lit up when he heard combat skills. Okay, first update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1110. This city was called City of You. Outside City of You, in a place near the Reef Sea, there was a village called the Great Barren Village. Under normal circumstances, people in the village were not qualified to enter City of You. This fool was none other than Han Fei. Even Han Fei himself didn't know that he had entered a reincarnation, and his current name was as ordinary as Han Fei's name, Wang Han. Now Han Fei was born in a very ordinary family. Han Fei's father was a powerful cultivator, at least in Han Fei's opinion, who had reached the realm of hanging fisher. Han Fei's mother died in a battle. Han Fei's father was conscripted and went to fight overseas. Usually, he could only go home once every few months. Every time he came back, he would bring some toys and shells for Han Fei. Because he knew that Han Fei was not smart, his father didn't teach him combat skills since he was a child, but just casually gave him a cultivation method. In Han Fei's father's view, his son was already stupid anyway, so it was not easy for him to live in this era. In fact, it was better not to cultivate. If he cultivated, he would die. No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he was still his son, wasn't he? As long as he could live. Could he cultivate? That was not important. Because Han Fei's father was often not at home, Han Fei was often alone. When he was hungry, he would go to buy some food with the money left by his father. But because Han Fei was very stupid, he would usually be cheated out of money by others. Therefore, Han Fei's father specially got 2 peach trees for the door of his house. In this world, spiritual plants grew extremely fast, so peaches always grew. However, there were also many teenagers who were in the same boat as Han Fei. For example, among this group of children, 2 or 3 of them were from families similar to Han Fei, but they were not stupid. Because Han Fei was stupid, the peaches were often picked by these poor children. Therefore, Han Fei, who was often hungry, would go to the reef beach alone to dig for crabs and catch insects. Han Fei's favorite food was mantis shrimp. For some reason, he had a special fondness for mantis shrimp. He was born to like eating them. Besides, Han Fei always ate differently from others. He was always picky about what he bought and thought that the food he bought was only edible. But he himself had a lot of patience. He would always get some salt, grab some fine seaweed, and make some seaweed juice and boil it. The taste was refreshing and delicious. In addition to eating, Han Fei liked to do 2 things. The first one was to poke ants. In his own world, Han Fei always felt that he was holding a giant pillar in his hand. Every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering. He was never tired of it. Every poke was very accurate, and not a single ant could escape from his hand. Another thing was that Han Fei liked painting. When he wasn't hungry, other than poking ants, he would squat on the beach and draw. The things he drew were strange, but many people thought that Han Fei's paintings were very good because they were very similar. People often came to Han Fei with fish skins. They liked to ask Han Fei to draw their faces on the fish skin. However, Han Fei didn't like to draw people. He only liked to draw marine creatures. Occasionally, there would be a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he could draw very, very complicated lines. Because Han Fei could draw, but he refused to draw people, he was often bullied. And the more bullied Han Fei was, the more stubborn he became. If I don't like something, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Besides, Han Fei was not very smart, so everyone would come to bully him. Of course, the bullying and teasing of children was the limit, and they wouldn't really kill Han Fei. Occasionally, when Han Fei really couldn't find anything to eat and was hungry, people often gave him food. For others, this was like a gift, giving them a sense of superiority as if they were helping the needy and the poor. However, this always had something to do with Han Fei's pickiness. Because he didn't like to eat, sometimes Han Fei would rather starve or go to the beach to find food than eat other people's food. Of course, Han Fei was not completely stupid. He knew that people had to be good at fighting. On the beach, there were often fierce insects and crabs half the size of a man. Because he didn't know how to fight, sometimes it was difficult to find food on the beach. Because his father didn't teach him, when Han Fei grew up and saw other people teaching their children, he would squat on the side and watch eagerly. Other people wouldn't care, thinking, what can a fool understand? In fact, it wasn't. If it weren't for these, how could Han Fei have the ability to find food on the beach? He would have been eaten by the big crabs and insects. Today, it was said that in City of Yu, a noble daughter of a big family was driven to the grand, desolate village. Han Fei didn't know why those high and mighty people in City of Yu came to the grand, desolate village. He didn't know the cause and effect. He only knew that even though the family was chased away, they still lived in a large courtyard. Even a fruit tree that Han Fei's father planted for him was enclosed in that big yard. However, Han Fei was used to being robbed, so he didn't care. He could find food himself. The reason why he agreed to teach these children was naturally because of combat skills. Most of the combat skills that Han Fei learned were incomplete, and he didn't quite understand the cultivation method that his father gave him. Every time he cultivated, he felt that he couldn't practice it, but he liked combat skills. At this moment, Han Fei nodded to these children, dropped the sky-supporting pillar in his hand, and ran to the big house. After all, in the village, no matter how good the house was, there would always be loopholes. For example, wild children like Han Fei knew where the stones could be moved and where the tunnels were. At this moment, it was already night. Han Fei followed a group of children in the tunnel. The 5 of them crept into the big house quietly. A child said, I heard that the noble daughter of a big family had a miserable life when she was driven out. Her mother sacrificed herself in exchange for her freedom. It is said that she was followed by a servant who didn't have any cultivation. But this is all hearsay. We must not make a sound. Someone immediately patted Han Fei. Fool, did you hear that? Don't make a sound. Someone sighed. I heard that the clothes of the big families in City of Yu are so slippery that even crabs can't stand on them. Someone chuckled. Not just that. I heard from my father that the children of the big families in City of Yu all grew up eating spiritual fruits. Unlike us, peaches are what we eat most. Han Fei was a little suspicious. Peaches are quite delicious too. Could it be that spiritual fruit is more delicious than peaches? The few of them chatted for a while before sneaking into the house. They climbed out of a cave in a rock garden that was almost abandoned. Someone whispered, Fool, go explore the way first and find out which room the noble daughter is in. Someone reminded, Fool, don't make a sound. Someone said, Remember to call us when you find her. Han Fei said, Where are the combat skills? Someone pushed Han Fei. I'll teach you the combat skills when we get back. You go first. Han Fei made up his mind. Immediately, he stealthily crept into the house. In the dark, Han Fei treated the ground as sand and his feet were light. From time to time, Han Fei pricked up his ears. No one knew that Han Fei's hearing was very good. This was also the reason why he could repeatedly find mantis, shrimp on the reef beach. As soon as his ears moved, Han Fei heard some water sounds. Han Fei curled his lips and thought to himself, the children of the big families in City of Yu are really strange. Why do they need to take a bath? Why don't they just wash themselves in the river? Soon, Han Fei crept to a room in the house and listened to the sound of water. Han Fei tiptoed and moved over bit by bit. Han Fei listened carefully and felt that he didn't make any sound, so he approached. However, when he reached the window, stuffed the grass and leaves into the window, and quietly opened the window, there was no one there. There was only a large barrel placed there. No one. Did I hear it wrong? Just when Han Fei was about to listen again, he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, which smelled very good. In an instant, Han Fei's mouth watered. There was delicious food. For a foodie who didn't have enough to eat all year round, the temptation of delicious food was far greater than watching a girl taking a bath. Although Han Fei didn't know what was so good about a girl taking a bath, Han Fei nimbly tapped his feet and landed in the house. Through his nose, Han Fei soon found a small red fruit on a table in the corner. Gulp. Stealing was not a good behavior. Anyway, no one had taught Han Fei how to do it, but he had been used to being robbed, so he just took it for granted. The food was right there. Would you take it or not? How could he not take it? Han Fei not only took it, but also ate it on the spot, grabbing the fruit and stuffing it into his mouth. Clatter! Suddenly, there was a sound of water behind Han Fei. Han Fei hurriedly looked back and then, shameless thief, who are you? Smack! Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's that white thing? In the blink of an eye, someone put on a layer of clothes and slapped him in the face. No, you're not cultivating. You can't eat that. Han Fei lay on the ground and was slapped unconscious, with 5 bright red fingerprints on his face. In any case, when he woke up in a daze, he saw a neatly dressed little girl staring at him with cold eyes. Han Fei felt that he had never seen such a delicate girl. There was no dust on her face at all. Who are you? The girl drew a knife from her back and pointed at Han Fei. Han Fei sat up in a daze. Wang Han. The girl asked again, why are you here to steal? Han Fei replied, I'm here to explore the way. The girl was puzzled. You need to explore the way to steal? Han Fei said, I'm just hungry. I'm not stealing anything. I'm here to help them peep at the girls taking a bath. I'm here to explore the way first. The little girl was dumbfounded for a moment. Is she an idiot? But she was even more furious. Fortunately, she was smart enough to ask, who asked you to come? Who are they? Han Fei pursed his lips. He couldn't say that. Otherwise, Zhou Daxiu and the others might be beaten. Seeing that Han Fei was silent, the girl gnashed her teeth. Do you know who I am? Han Fei shook his head. The girl said angrily, word by word, remember, my name is Shi. Men. Ling. Lan. I'm a murderous she-devil. Han Fei blinked and said, really? Do you want to continue taking a bath? I'll ask them to watch. Smack. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1111. Han Fei was knocked out by another slap, and even his nose was bleeding. In his dream, Han Fei dreamed that a little girl was going to stab him with a dagger. Han Fei didn't react at all. He even stuck out his belly. He had been used to being stabbed in his dreams since he was a little girl. In his dream, the girl would even murmur, "It's time to eat." Whenever this happened, Han Fei would be delighted. With a thought, he found himself sitting in a forest with a hot pot on the table. Han Fei could clearly feel the taste of the hot pot and even the feeling of the food being chewed in his mouth. However, in Shimin Linglan's eyes, this scene was filled with disdain, because Han Fei was drooling at this moment. There were palm prints on both sides of his face. This bastard was eating in his dream. However, Shimin Linglan was very curious. Han Fei wasn't cultivating, but why was he fine after eating the spiritual fruit? Moreover, the effect of the spiritual fruit had completely disappeared. There was no trace of it at all. In Shimin Linglan's eyes, this was almost impossible. How could a guy who wasn't even a fisherman bear the spiritual energy and energy contained in a spiritual fruit? Shimin Linglan didn't throw Han Fei out. In her eyes, Han Fei was an idiot who didn't have any reaction after seeing her naked. If it weren't for her curiosity, she would have slapped Han Fei to death. Of course, she also went out to look for Zhou Daxiu and the others that Han Fei mentioned. However, there were no such people in the house. When she screamed, Zhou Daxiu and the others knew that they were exposed, so they ran away. In the end, Shimin Linglan only found a tunnel. She blocked the tunnel and thought, I must be very careful when I practice stealth in the future. I can't let these rascals take advantage of me. The next morning, in Han Fei's head, a few chaotic pictures were put together. The fireworks in the sky were even more beautiful than the stars in the sky. Tang, ge, tang, ge. Han Fei scratched his mouth and felt a bit itchy and painful. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he was here to explore the way. Why did he fall asleep? After thinking for a while, Han Fei remembered that he was knocked out by the girl, so he quickly got up. There was no one in the room, and Han Fei was hungry. Damn it, I can't eat my fill in my dreams. Han Fei crept open the door and prepared to sneak home. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a young lady sitting cross-legged on a bluestone. Spiritual light flashed around his body, and there was an iron rod and 2 long sabers beside him. Han Fei had been seeing these spots of spiritual energy, but he didn't know how to use them. Although he was dumb, he knew that Shimin Linglan was cultivating. The moment Han Fei opened the door, the spiritual energy around Shimin Linglan immediately dissipated. Shimin Linglan said coldly, "Where do you want to go?" Han Fei scratched his head. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat." Shimin Linglan bared her teeth. "Do you think my house is a place where you can come and go as you please?" Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Shimin Linglan blankly. "Are you inviting me for dinner?" Shimin Linglan was speechless. She was once again sure that this person was an idiot. If this person was not an idiot, then she must be an idiot. Although Shimin Linglan wanted to kill Han Fei, she couldn't compete with an idiot. Therefore, Shimin Linglan said with a dark face, "Who is Tanga? Who is Xia Shaochan? Who is Fatty? Who is you?" Shimin Linglan had a feeling that these people might not be good people. Han Fei always called these people's names in his dreams. If they were the people from last night, he could catch them all. He would teach them a good lesson. However, Han Fei said stupidly, "I don't know them." Shimin Linglan sneered in her heart. "You want to fool me? Do you think I'm so gullible?" However, Shimin Linglan didn't speak, but glanced at Han Fei coldly. "You can go. Don't come here again." "Okay." Han Fei quickly ran to the gate. He was too familiar with the grand, desolate village. This house used to be empty. Sometimes he would sneak in and grill prawns. When Han Fei left, he saw an old man who was basking in the sun. The old man had a broken hand and seemed to be lame. He simply let Han Fei run past him as if he didn't see him at all. Shimin Linglan looked at the old man coldly. "You knew last night, didn't you?" The old man opened his eyes and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. "Miss, I really didn't notice last night. I'm just a fishing master. I can't even beat you. How could I have noticed?" Shimin Linglan snorted. "I'm going out." The old man nodded slightly. "Miss, please. But don't make trouble, Mississippi. Now no one will support us. We're just 2 abandoned pawns. The Shimin family won't care whether we live or die." Shimin Linglan pursed her lips. "I know. From the day she came out of the Shimin family, Shimin Linglan swore that she would become a strong martial artist, a demoness that everyone would be afraid of. However, as soon as she came to the grand, desolate village, her determination was broken by a fool. How could she bear it? She decided that even if she didn't kill those B****stards, she would teach them a lesson and let them know that she was not to be trifled with. In her opinion, Han Fei must have gone home to report to those B****stards. So, she followed Han Fei all the way. Han Fei went in the direction of the reef beach. Ximin Linglan thought this was the place where those be** stars gathered. She thought to herself, this is perfect. I can find a place with few people and teach them a lesson. The reef beach was a deserted place. It was inconvenient for boats to sail here, and there were reefs everywhere. And when the tide rose and fell, there would always be some creatures hiding in the reefs, so it was very dangerous here. Generally, no villagers would come here. The really powerful fishing masters would either fish in places with few reefs or in the coastal waters. They would rather disdain to come to this place. Ximin Linglan had been chasing him for a long time. How can this kid run so fast? Isn't he tired? He seems to have some movement skills. After a while, the two of them came to the reef beach one after the other. Han Fei didn't even look back along the way. When he arrived at the reef beach, it was like going home. While running, Han Fei suddenly stopped, which scared Ximin Linglan so much that she hurriedly hid behind a reef, thinking, did this guy find me? Ximin Linglan frowned. Han Fei hadn't even cultivated. How could he meet those be** stars in this place? When she looked at him stealthily, she saw that Han Fei had closed his eyes and his ears were trembling. What is he listening to? While Ximin Linglan was still in a daze, she saw Han Fei suddenly rush towards a reef a few hundred meters away. As Han Fei pulled, a small shrimp more than 30 centimeters long was caught by the tail by Han Fei and fell on the reef. Ximin Linglan was shocked. Is he here to catch marine goods? Wait, he doesn't have any cultivation. How dare he catch a mantis shrimp? Ximin Linglan was a little speechless. Is this guy stupid? Why did he catch a mantis shrimp? Even an ordinary mantis shrimp could chop a person to death with a sweep of its limbs. He doesn't even have cultivation. How dare he? But the next moment, Ximin Linglan saw Han Fei rush up directly. Is he crazy? Ximin Linglan was about to rush over to save him. But before she rushed out, she saw Han Fei lean forward in advance, and the mantis shrimp stretched out its limbs in the next second. It was really a flash of lightning. Then, Han Fei seized the mantis shrimp's limbs and tore them off. Ximin Linglan was dumbfounded. Tearing a mantis shrimp with his bare hands? Is this fool so powerful? Although this mantis shrimp might not even have a level, it was extremely fast and couldn't be avoided by ordinary people. Ximin Linglan immediately confirmed that this fool was not simple. She'd better watch him first. Han Fei casually threw the mantis shrimp on the ground and continued to listen with his ears. Ximin Linglan saw that Han Fei caught 5 mantis shrimp in a row in the same way before she stopped. Ximin Linglan was speechless. So this guy is just here to hunt marine goods? I thought he was going to meet those be** stars. Then she saw Han Fei dragging 5 mantis shrimp out of the reef forest alone. Ximin Linglan thought that she'd better go back first. When she glanced at Han Fei for the last time and was about to leave, she suddenly saw that on the high reef beside Han Fei, a tentacle suddenly stretched out. Oh no, a tentacle shrimp! Han Fei was also stunned. He didn't hear Ximin Linglan's shout, but he heard it. At that moment, Han Fei picked up 2 of the mantis shrimp's tentacles, stepped on the reef, leaped and waved the 2 tentacles to the ground. Han Fei clasped the reef with one hand, turned over, and cut off half of the lobster's head that had just popped out. Ximin Linglan had already run out, but she was dumbfounded at this moment. Without cultivation, he cut off a tentacle shrimp so casually? Besides, isn't Han Fei's strength a bit too great? Even a small tentacle shrimp should be at least level 6, right? He cut it off just because he said so? At this moment, Han Fei was standing on the reef, holding half of the shrimp's head and slashing the tentacle shrimp that was still moving. Only when the tentacle lobster stopped moving did he look at Ximin Linglan. Are you coming for breakfast too? As for the main character's amnesia, it was clearly stated that it was caused by the confusion of his soul. You might be able to guess why, but this way of writing isn't for you to guess. The focus is on the process. As for the saying that you can see the end of the story at a glance, except for the tragic ending. Everyone knows what the normal endings of web novels are like. No one would say that they would stop reading after seeing the ending. Furthermore, you don't actually know the ending. Since I've written it, there's naturally a reason for it. There must be a need to write it. Don't worry, as for the collapse, there's no such thing as that. The pace of the plot is following the normal course. There were some parts that weren't satisfying enough and were only foreshadowing, but this wouldn't affect the story itself. Even if it was a cycle of killing monsters and fishing, it should be different, and the content of the plot would be different. Monthly votes. I'm waiting to be added. End of this chapter. Chapter 11-12. Shimin Linglan felt that she had been tricked. This idiot. No, he was a liar. He pretended to be stupid, but he was actually very smart. Last night, he even stole her spiritual fruit. But when she saw Han Fei jumping off the reef with a tentacle lobster that was more than half a meter long, she didn't forget to cut off the mantis shrimp's broken limb and ate the raw meat that had popped out of its body. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had eaten her fruit last night. He could give her one. Well, half a mantis shrimp. After all, this place was quite dangerous. Han Fei looked at Shimin Linglan in a daze. Do you want to eat shrimp? Seeing that Han Fei was so serious, Shimin Linglan didn't know how to teach him a lesson. So she just snorted coldly. She didn't have breakfast after cultivating in the morning, so she might as well eat it. Shimin Linglan didn't mind. After all, she didn't live a good life before. Sometimes she couldn't even eat creatures like mantis shrimp and tentacle shrimp. Shimin Linglan said, I don't eat them raw. Han Fei dragged the 6 creatures. I don't eat them raw. Shimin Linglan followed Han Fei and came to a rocky area not far from the coast. There was a black bluestone platform, and the bottom of the platform was covered with ash. Han Fei lined up the mantis shrimps and then secretly took out some bottles and cans from a pit. Shimin Linglan was quite curious. What are these? Han Fei carefully took out a jar, which was half full of fish oil. Han Fei made a brush with seaweed, dipped it in the fish oil, and brushed all the mantis shrimp. Then he took out all the meat of the tentacle shrimp. Because the tentacle shrimp was too big, it couldn't be cooked easily. When the fish oil covered the bluestone, Han Fei took out a jar of salt, red pepper powder, and a bag of garlic. These things were very common, so it was not difficult to get them at all. Anyway, they were all stolen by Han Fei, because in Han Fei's dream, there were too many of these spices. He felt that they were very important, so he stole a lot. Shimin Linglan asked, What is this red? Han Fei said, Red pepper powder. Shimin Linglan frowned. You crushed it. Han Fei said solemnly, It's more convenient to grind them into powder. Shimin Linglan, on the other hand, had a blank expression on her face. Is there a need to be so particular about eating? Even the Shimin clan isn't as particular as you. You're just a youth from the great, desolate village. Why are you so particular about this? Han Fei carried a lot of dried seaweed and pointed his finger at it, and a blue flame suddenly rose. Hiss! Shimin Linglan immediately jumped back. You are a spirit gatherer? Han Fei looked at her blankly. No. Shimin Linglan's face was full of disbelief. You can already light a fire, and it's spiritual fire. You still want to lie to me? Han Fei scratched his head and asked in a daze, Isn't the fire supposed to be lit this way? Shimin Linglan's eyelids twitched. She immediately grabbed Han Fei's arm, felt it, and said in surprise, You really didn't cultivate? Han Fei moved her hand away. My father gave me a technique, but I can't practice it. The corner of Shimin Linglan's mouth twitched. You still want to lie to me? How can you use spiritual fire if you can't practice it? However, immediately, Shimin Linglan found that something was wrong. Han Fei's eyes were very serious and sincere when he spoke. He didn't seem to be lying. If Han Fei wasn't lying, how could he also know the spirit gathering technique? Cooking with spiritual fire should be very luxurious for fishers, right? Fishers generally had no more than 200 points of spiritual energy, right? But at this moment, this spiritual fire covered several meters. Was this something that a fisher-level spirit gatherer could do? Shimin Linglan, shut up. There seems to be a secret with this fool. Has no one ever discovered it? Shimin Linglan immediately asked. Wang Han, can you see many blue light spots floating in the air? Han Fei carefully brushed the fish oil on the mantis shrimp and nodded. Yes, they're blue and white. Shimin Linglan took a breath. Can you control them to come back? Just make them listen to you. Han Fei looked at Shimin Linglan as if looking at a fool. I'm not a spirit gatherer. I can't control them. Shimin Linglan pointed at the spiritual fire and said, Then how did you get this spiritual fire? Han Fei scratched his head, then grabbed a small branch and drew a picture on the ground. In an instant, Shimin Linglan felt that spiritual energy was gathering from all directions, and the spiritual energy here became richer. Ah, a spirit gathering array? Shimin Linglan was dumbfounded. You say you're not a spirit gatherer, but you can make a spirit gathering array at will. Are you kidding me? Han Fei said, seriously, just draw a circle and those light spots will come over. Just light them. Shimin Linglan bared her teeth. You're not a spirit gatherer? If you're not a spirit gatherer, why do you know a spirit gathering array? Han Fei was stunned. What spirit gathering array? Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei deeply, trying to see if he was lying from his face. However, Han Fei's face was as serious as ever. In the end, Shimin Linglan confirmed that Han Fei really didn't know anything. However, wasn't this too absurd? Shimin Linglan felt that she had lost her worldview. Someone could easily kill mantis shrimp and tentacle lobsters without cultivating? Someone could actually become a spirit gatherer without cultivating? Forcibly suppressing her inner curiosity, Shimin Linglan turned her eyes and was attracted by the unusually fragrant mantis shrimp. Han Fei sprinkled garlic powder on it, occasionally sprinkled some red pepper, and brushed it several times with a brush. The fish oil was boiling on the bluestone slab, the shrimp shell became brown, and the gravy slowly flowed out. Gulp! Shimin Linglan couldn't help but swallow. Why does it smell so good? I want to eat it. Seeing Shimin Linglan staring at it, Han Fei's heart tightened. I'll give you half. Shimin Linglan was speechless. You ate one of my spiritual fruits last night, which is enough to buy 100 ships of this kind of small mantis shrimp, but you only gave me half? Han Fei froze for a moment, thinking of the fruit he ate last night. Before he had time to taste it, he was knocked out by a slap. Han Fei didn't believe it. Impossible. Shimin Linglan bared her teeth. Spiritual fruits. Didn't your father tell you about spiritual fruits? Han Fei said seriously. My father said that I can't eat spiritual fruits or I'll be stuffed to death. So, what I ate was definitely not a spiritual fruit. Shimin Linglan. Shimin Linglan felt that she couldn't communicate with Han Fei anymore. He was definitely an idiot. The spirit gathering technique might be some kind of unknown opportunity. However, it couldn't change the fact that he was an idiot. Suddenly, Shimin Linglan thought of something. Last night, this idiot came to explore and peep. He must have been tricked. Shimin Linglan tried to make herself not look at the mantis shrimp, but at Han Fei. Why did you come to my house with them yesterday? Han Fei turned the mantis shrimp over one by one to spread the temperature evenly and replied, Zhou Dape said that he would teach me combat skills. Shimin Linglan really wanted to slap Han Fei to death. Just for this? She suppressed the urge to slap Han Fei and said with difficulty, I'll teach you combat skills. These mantis shrimp are mine. Shimin Linglan wondered if this idiot would be very powerful if he could cultivate. He had picked up this person for free. Oh no, he had delivered himself to his doorstep, and he had even shown it to him. Bah! He had tricked him into following him. If he could really cultivate, wouldn't that mean that he would have an extra guard? Hearing that Shimin Linglan was going to teach him combat skills, Han Fei immediately pushed all the mantis shrimp to Shimin Linglan. You can have them. I'll eat prawns. Shimin Linglan was speechless. He just said he would teach you combat skills and you gave them all to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll lie to you? You're really an idiot. Shimin Linglan smiled. So what if I'm an idiot? At least, idiots are honest, unlike the Shimin family after a moment. Ah, this is so delicious. Wang Han, where did you learn this skill? At this moment, Han Fei was holding the tentacle shrimp meat with both hands and wolfing it down, fearing that Shimin Linglan would eat too fast and ask him for a share later. Han Fei said while chewing, I learned it in my dream. Shimin Linglan sneered. Wang Han, didn't your father tell you that you should be honest? Han Fei said, I really learned it in my dream. Shimin Linglan still didn't believe it, but she didn't ask further. Instead, she felt that Han Fei was quite interesting. She couldn't help but ask, Is your father not at home? Why did you come out to look for food alone? Han Fei said without raising his head, My father went to war. Shimin Linglan's hands trembled, and she looked at Han Fei, who was engrossed in eating, in astonishment. She thought to herself, the battlefield seems very dangerous now. Shimin Linglan immediately changed the topic. Where is your mother? Han Fei said she died in the war. Shimin Linglan's body stiffened, and when she looked at Han Fei again, her eyes were much softer. She didn't ask any more and just ate, although they were on this wild reef beach. Shimin Linglan was sure that this was the most delicious meal she had ever had in her life. After the meal, Shimin Linglan asked, Why do you want to learn combat skills? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. Shimin Linglan said in surprise. If you don't know, why do you want to learn? Han Fei said, I just want to learn. Shimin Linglan thought for a moment and said, Learning combat skills also requires the support of a cultivation method. Otherwise, you can't use it perfectly. What cultivation method did your father leave you? Let me see. Han Fei said, I'll get it for you when I get home. Chapter 11:13. Zhou Daxiao and the others had been wandering around Han Fei's house since early in the morning, mainly because they were scared by the scream last night. A child said, Daxiao, do you think the fool was killed? I'm told that the big families in City of Yu are all murders. A child said worriedly, although the fool is really stupid, his father is not. What if his father doesn't see the fool when he comes back? A child said in a panic, Daxiao, why don't we tell our family? Zhou Daxiao immediately shouted, We can't. We're the only ones who know about this. Let's pretend that nothing happened. Besides, the fool might not be killed. Let's wander around for a few days. Maybe he will come back on his own. Just as the few of them were talking, they saw a figure rushing over at lightning speed. They took a look. It was none other than Han Fei. Immediately, Zhou Daxiao roared, Fool, you son of a B***TCH, where did you go? Seeing that it was Zhou Daxiao and the others, Han Fei stopped running and said, Zhou Daxiao, what a coincidence! Zhou Daxiao was infuriated and kicked him. Han Fei dodged it easily. Why did you kick me? Zhou Daxiao said angrily, You damn guy, what happened last night? Son of a B***TCH, why did you come back? Han Fei thought for a moment. Last night, I ate a fruit and was discovered. Someone said, Damn it, you were indeed discovered. Fool, you didn't betray us, did you? Han Fei thought for a moment. I told you that Zhou Daxiao asked me to go. F***CKU, Zhou Daxiao was infuriated. He knew that the fool was unreliable and sold him out. We're screwed. We're screwed. Zhou Daxiao blushed in fury and roared, Fool, I'm going to kill you. Except for Han Fei, in fact, these children had all cultivated. In such an era, how could there be anyone who didn't cultivate? Among them, Zhou Daxiao was a level 5 fisher, or he wouldn't have been the leader of this area. Now that he heard that Han Fei sold him out, how could he let it go? Zhou Daxiao immediately followed up with a Crab King punch. When the others heard that they had betrayed Zhou Daxiao, they knew that Zhou Daxiao would definitely betray them as well. Immediately, he was also enraged and attacked Han Fei. Han Fei moved his body as nimbly as a monkey. It seemed that a group of people were ganging up on him, but in fact, less than half of the attacks actually landed on him. Moreover, Zhou Daxiao and the others did not dare to use their full strength. Who didn't know that fools couldn't cultivate? Although he watched others practice their combat skills every day, he could only see some superficial moves. Without the support of cultivation techniques and spiritual energy, the moves were completely useless. Han Fei didn't know why these people were beating him. However, they were not mantis shrimps, so he couldn't attack them. Shimin Linglan was completely speechless. She just mentioned it, but she didn't say that she would teach him combat skills immediately. In the end, this guy ran away with a whoosh. He ran away very quickly. Although she had also practiced footwork combat skills, she still couldn't catch up with him. At this moment, Shimin Linglan was watching this scene from not far away. She originally wanted to help. However, when she saw Han Fei's movement technique, she immediately opened her mouth. This idiot's reaction speed is so fast. Countless times, Han Fei's fists just brushed past him. Was it a coincidence? Or was it a technique? Shimin Linglan was about to watch for a while longer, but she found that some of the kids actually used spiritual energy. How could this be? No matter how fast Han Fei's reaction speed was, he had never cultivated before. As expected, when someone used spiritual energy, Han Fei was hit more often. Without the protection of spiritual energy, Han Fei was directly beaten to the ground. Shimin Linglan shouted, "Stop!" Zhou Daxiao and the others were still angry. How could they stop? Bang! Staff shadows filled the air, and Zhou Daxiao and the others were all sent flying. All of them rolled on the ground. Zhou Daxiao shouted, "Who hit me?" However, in the next moment, Zhou Daxiao saw Shimin Linglan's face was cold. She was holding two swords in her hands, and there was an illusory red mist behind her. In the mist, there were two bloodthirsty eyes. Hiss! Zhou Daxiao and the others weren't stupid. They looked at Shimin Linglan's clothes and the terrifying figure. They knew that she was not a normal person. Shimin Linglan said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't leave, I'll kill you." Zhou Daxiao and the others were terrified. They quickly said, "Go, go, go. We won't hit an idiot." "We won't hit an idiot," Shimin Linglan shouted in a low voice. "I won't argue with you about what happened yesterday. If you dare to enter my house again, I'll still kill you." Zhou Daxiao and the others instantly broke out in cold sweat. What does this mean? Is this the noble lady from the U City? They were puzzled. Why did this noble lady come to help an idiot? However, the descendants of the big families were indeed as terrifying as they were rumored to be. After Zhou Daxiao and the others ran away, Shimin Linglan summoned the red mist between her eyebrows and the two swords in her hands. Han Fei got up and stared at Shimin Linglan's forehead curiously. Shimin Linglan said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Han Fei pointed at his forehead and said enviously, "Is this a spiritual beast?" After all, he was born in this world. No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he knew about spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts. His father's spiritual beast was a turtle. Every time his father came back, he would ride on the turtle. Shimin Linglan didn't answer Han Fei. Instead, she asked, "You could have fought back. Why didn't you?" Han Fei scratched his head and said, Shimin Linglan's face turned fierce. "What about you? Tell me, why didn't you fight back?" Han Fei said slowly, "I was afraid that I would kill them." Shimin Linglan didn't feel good. Is this something a human being should say? If you didn't fight back, you would have been killed. However, Shimin Linglan suddenly thought of something and said, "Do you mean that they couldn't beat you?" Han Fei grinned. "Yes." Shimin Linglan suddenly said, "Come and hit me." "Huh. This time, it was Han Fei who was dumbfounded. How could anyone in this world make such a request? Was she stupid? Shimin Linglan said. Didn't I want to teach you combat skills? How can I teach you if I don't see your strength? I asked you to do it, so do it. You are very powerful, more powerful than all of you. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Then I'll hit you? Shimin Linglan's eyes were firm. Come on. In Shimin Linglan's eyes, Han Fei was an uncultivator. How strong could he be? Do you really think you can kill me just because you killed the mantis shrimp? However, before Shimin Linglan was ready, Han Fei had already appeared in front of her, and his fist almost reached her face. Shimin Linglan's face changed greatly. So fast! Shimin Linglan's feet flashed, her head tilted back, and at the same time, she slapped at Han Fei's chest. But Han Fei was even faster. He turned his body and changed his fist into a chop. Smack! Shimin Linglan raised her palm and took Han Fei's blow, thinking, how can you stop me with such little strength? However, after taking Han Fei's chop, Shimin Linglan's eyelids twitched. What great strength! In terms of strength alone, Han Fei was probably comparable to a level 6 or level 7 fisher. However, this was not enough. Shimin Linglan found that her hand was stuck. Han Fei stepped forward, leaned forward, and shook his shoulders. At that moment, Shimin Linglan only felt that a stronger force hit her chest. In a situation where he didn't use his spiritual energy, he was directly sent flying. And Han Fei had quickly followed up and punched out. The sound of his fist rubbing the air was clear and audible. Shimin Linglan had to use a spiritual energy protective cover to block it. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy protective cover could only be used for defense, and Shimin Linglan hadn't stood still yet. In fact, when Shimin Linglan didn't make a move in the first round, she had already lost the upper hand. Han Fei stuck to her like a dog's skin plaster. No matter how she reacted, she would be broken by his next move. Because Han Fei's fist power was very strong, it only took him 2 minutes to break her spiritual energy protective cover. Shimin Linglan hurriedly shouted, Stop! Stop fighting! Han Fei immediately stood straight and scratched his head. Haha! Shimin Linglan's face was all black. Is he really a fool? Does he want me to teach him combat skills? It's more like him to teach me. Shimin Linglan was shocked. She couldn't imagine why a monster like Han Fei hadn't been discovered until now. Shimin Linglan couldn't help but ask curiously, Wang Han, did your father never teach you combat skills when he was at home? Han Fei shook his head. No, Dad said I was stupid. He said that if I learned combat skills, I would be tricked into fighting. Shimin Linglan seemed to understand. She felt that it was not that Han Fei's father didn't want to teach him, but that he didn't dare to. However, it made sense. Han Fei was not as smart as an ironhead fish. If he really succeeded in cultivation, how could he be tricked? Shimin Linglan asked. Then what did you do when your father was at home? Han Fei grinned. Riding a turtle. Shimin Linglan. Chapter 11:14. Han Fei's house was very shabby. It had 2 rooms. There were many traces of repairs on the roof. Shimin Linglan saw seaweed, leaves hanging on the eaves. The 2 peach trees at the door were brought back by Han Fei's father. There were only a few in the entire grand, desolate village, so no one dared to steal them. After all, Han Fei's father was not weak. There was a square stone tank in front of the house, but there wasn't even a clam in it. There was a small yard on the side. Shimin Linglan could see the red pepper shoots, but none of the plants in the yard had fruits. Shimin Linglan pointed at the yard and asked, Did you eat the fruits? Han Fei shook his head. They were gone when I was not here. Shimin Linglan covered her face. What do you mean they were gone? You can just say that it was stolen. Shimin Linglan couldn't help but ask, Where did you get the fruits that you cooked just now? Han Fei scratched his head. I went to Zhou Daxiao's house to dig them out at night. Shimin Linglan. Before entering Han Fei's house, Shimin Linglan felt that it must be very messy. After all, she couldn't expect a fool to take good care of her. However, when she came in, she was surprised to find that Han Fei's house was surprisingly tidy and clean. Although it could be described as having only 4 bare walls, whether it was the bed, the table, the chairs, or the sticks hanging on the wall, they were all very neat. Shimin Linglan couldn't help but ask, "Did you tidy up your house yourself?" Han Fei nodded. Yes. While talking, Han Fei lay on the ground and moved a cabinet a little bit. He picked up a piece of seaweed from the wall and then carefully took out a cultivation technique from it. Shimin Linglan asked, "Did you hide this place?" Han Fei replied, "My father hid it." Shimin Linglan thought, "I knew it. With your intelligence, it should be very difficult for you to hide it so well. Hiding it under the bed might be the best you could think of." When Shimin Linglan took the cultivation technique from Han Fei, she was slightly surprised. Turtle essence breathing technique. This is a mortal level, ultra-quality cultivation technique. There are also mysterious level cultivation techniques. Shimin Linglan glanced at Han Fei. The technique Han Fei's father prepared for him was no worse than his own. Since there was a mystic grade, there would definitely be a follow-up. Shimin Linglan looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You can't understand it, or you can't practice it." Han Fei looked at the technique carefully. "I can't practice it." Shimin Linglan frowned. "You can't even cultivate a supreme grade one. Do you want a divine grade one?" However, Shimin Linglan didn't panic. This kind of low-level cultivation method, she still had a way to obtain it, although he had already been expelled by the Shimin clan. In any case, his status was still there. Going to the great desolate village's library and borrowing a few cultivation techniques wasn't a problem. Shimin Linglan said, "Show me first." Han Fei obediently climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged. But what happened next stunned Shimin Linglan. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered around Han Fei. However, the spiritual energy just came over but refused to drill into Han Fei's body. It could only hover around Han Fei. If the spiritual energy couldn't enter his body, it couldn't cleanse his body, so Han Fei naturally couldn't cultivate. However, what surprised Shimin Linglan was that if Han Fei really couldn't cultivate, why was the spiritual energy surging over? And why was it so fast? Cultivation technique? Or physique? Shimin Linglan guessed that Han Fei's father must have thought of the same question. Although it was good that he couldn't cultivate in such an era, how could he protect himself in the future if he couldn't cultivate? It was just that Han Fei's father didn't think of a good way. Shimin Linglan thought for a moment. "Wang Han, wait for me at the reef beach tomorrow morning. I will find a way to solve your cultivation problem." After hearing this, Han Fei immediately stared at Shimin Linglan. "Combat skills." Shimin Linglan said grumpily, "Solve the cultivation technique problem first. Your combat skills are already very strong now." Seeing that Han Fei was still staring at her, Shimin Linglan bared her teeth and said, "My house is just next to yours. Are you afraid that I will run away?" Han Fei realized that it made sense and grinned. "Okay." The next morning, early in the morning, before dawn, Han Fei had already come to the reef beach. At the same time, he also caught 7 or 8 mantis shrimps, catching all that he could catch around him. He felt that if he wanted to learn combat skills, he must eat first, so he caught as many as he could at once. If he went deeper into the reef beach, there would really be some threats. There would be some crabs, lobsters, and snakebelts hiding. Han Fei had tried to go there before. As a result, a piece of flesh was bitten off by a snakebelt on his butt. It was so painful that it took him several days to recover. When Shimin Linglan came, she saw shrimp shells all over the ground and a mantis shrimp that was being roasted. At that time, she didn't feel good. "You ate a whole bunch, and you only left one for me? I tried my best to get a cultivation technique for you." Shimin Linglan sniffled. With a wave of her hand, she threw out 16 manuals and said, "Go through these manuals one by one and try them out." These were all the cultivation techniques Shimin Linglan could find in the grand, desolate village. However, none of them was as good as the turtle essence breathing technique that Han Fei's father left for him. But no matter how good the cultivation technique was, it was useless if he couldn't practice it. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a normal person to not be able to practice it. Even if these were useless, Shimin Linglan still had a backup plan. At most, she would give her cultivation technique to Han Fei to try. Anyway, she was no longer a member of the Shimin family. When Han Fei saw so many cultivation techniques, his eyes almost popped out. He couldn't help but grin as if he had seen delicious food. Shimin Linglan said grumpily, "What are you grinning at? Do you understand it? If you don't understand it, read it first. If you don't understand it, I will tell you after I finish eating." "I understand it." Hearing Han Fei's answer, Shimin Linglan felt that although Han Fei was not very smart, at least he could read and understand how to operate the cultivation technique. In this way, he was not very stupid. However, when she saw Han Fei sitting on the beach, grabbing a cultivation technique and flipping through it quickly, she was speechless. "Are you reading?" Shimin Linglan felt that she had overestimated Han Fei. Sure enough, he was still a fool. It would be strange if he could understand it like this. She hadn't even peeled the lobster shell, and Han Fei had already flipped through a cultivation technique. Shimin Linglan kicked some sand, and it fell on Han Fei. "Hey, what can you see when you flip through it so fast?" Han Fei looked back in confusion. "Look at the picture." Shimin Linglan was speechless. What's the use of looking at the picture if you can't even read the words? However, she saw Han Fei sit down cross-legged, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather. This guy had already begun to practice. No way! Shimin Linglan forgot to peel the lobster and stood up in shock. Can he understand the cultivation technique without reading the words? Han Fei once again subverted Shimin Linglan's understanding of cultivation. If she could also cultivate like this, wouldn't she be able to break through to the fishing master realm in a very short time? Even becoming a great fishing master and a dangling fisher would not be difficult. In front of her eyes, the same situation as before appeared again. Spiritual energy couldn't enter his body at all, and Han Fei still couldn't cultivate. Shimin Linglan was puzzled. Is there a problem with his physique? Shimin Linglan discovered yesterday that Han Fei's strength was astonishing. As an ordinary person, his reaction speed was comparable to that of an advanced fisher, and his strength was barely comparable to that of an advanced fisher. Is it because this physique requires a higher level of cultivation technique? That's not right. Which strong person didn't start from the basics? There's no such thing as reaching the sky in one step. Shimin Linglan quickly ate a few mouthfuls of lobster meat and lost her appetite. She was too curious. This mysterious fool had subverted her understanding of the world. Shimin Linglan spread out the cultivation techniques and lined them up one by one. Among them, there was one ultra-quality cultivation technique, 6 high-quality cultivation techniques, 7 mid-quality cultivation techniques, and 2 low-quality cultivation techniques. Shimin Linglan said, "Come on, start with the best one on the left and read them one by one." However, Han Fei's eyes fell on a cultivation technique named True Spirit Fishing Art. Shimin Linglan followed Han Fei's gaze in confusion, only to be lost for words. "What are you looking at?" "Start with the best one." Shimin Linglan certainly knew about the True Spirit Fishing Art. In this era, it was only a low-quality cultivation technique, and most people wouldn't read it at all. Shimin Linglan just brought all the available cultivation techniques and didn't expect Han Fei to choose this one. However, Han Fei stared at the True Spirit Fishing Art and said, "I want to practice this one." Shimin Linglan bared her teeth. "This is the worst one. No one practices it." Han Fei's eyes were firm. "I want to practice this one." Shimin Linglan was about to say something, but she suddenly felt that something was wrong. He had never seen the true spirit fishing art. Why would he want to practice it? Han Fei's father wouldn't choose the true spirit fishing art for him either. After all, he had even taken out the turtle origin breathing technique. Why would he choose a low-quality cultivation technique for his son? Shimin Linglan said, "Then give it a try." Shimin Linglan was curious. Is there something different about this true spirit fishing art? Han Fei picked up the book and flipped through it so quickly that Shimin Linglan didn't even have time to see it clearly. She was about to say something when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She felt that the temperature around her suddenly soared. Spiritual energy from all directions surged over in an instant. First, the spiritual energy fell on Han Fei like a pillar and surged in crazily. Shimin Linglan's mouth was wide open. Are you kidding me? How could a low-grade cultivation technique have such a terrifying cultivation effect? More importantly, Han Fei didn't seem to deliberately practice it. He was still holding the book in his hand. Purple air came from the east, and Han Fei was instantly set on fire. Apart from Han Fei, who was on fire, many creatures crawled out of the reefs. There were lobsters, crabs, starfish, sea scorpions, big worms. Shimin Linglan shouted, "Wan Han, stop! Stop!" However, Han Fei seemed to be frozen, as if he didn't hear what Shimin Linglan said at all. His whole body was red, and his clothes were burned to ashes.